Welcome to today's session of your levels. You're sick of people beating your levels, Terminator, of course, with a submission that I saw had come into my chat much earlier because you expected me to start up at a time closer to my regular schedule, but instead we are going to get straight into it, I guess. And Cameron, welcome as well. Yeah, had a bit of an unexpectedly late start today. I was kind of ready to go about 2 hours ago, and we had a couple of delays. So let's see how we do. This is from Christmas. From last December. People have been beating a few of the levels since, so we'll see how we do. And Cameron, thank you for Frosted Springs and Mice Run Fast. Welcome in as well. Let's see if we still remember how to play this game. 23 coins, okay. Okay, so we grab all coins, we pass the boss. Can't be that difficult. 1 second, I need to adjust one or two things on my end first. Okay. Microphone was a little out of position, so we just need to make a few modifications and then we'll see. So, yeah, this is purely just bullet hell dodging. I think we just need to lead the target here, you know, just lead the projectile. Yeah, and there's a bit of a scroll as well that we need to deal with. And we just kind of push them back. And we should be able to do most of this without too much trouble. The issue is pushing boss stack back to get to the right side of the level, which can be a bit of an issue. For a reputed impossible level, this actually has a higher clear rate than some of the other Terminator creations we've been playing lately, so. And we'll see, obviously the attempts are going to be relatively quick as well. Yeah, if I can actually sneak under, that'll be nice, but there is a certain element of RNG to the bounce back and forth, I think, so. We'll just try to adjust accordingly. You're surprised it has so many clears. I think mechanically it's simple enough that it's not difficult for a player to stick with if they wanted to really kind of push away at it. Like, it looks approachable, even if it is something that requires a fair bit of improvisation and a certain amount of trial and error, perhaps. But yeah, I don't know if you had more trouble with the clear check than you do with some of your other creations, but high score game design, yeah, pretty much. Definitely keeping an eye on that scoreline here. Yeah, the main issue is just being able to predict the movement and understand when I'll have the opportunity to either sneak under or push the stack backwards, because we're going to get crowded out here pretty quickly. Okay, clear check took you about 10 minutes, and I don't know why you're so surprised it has a lot of clears then. because it's not like your ability to clear check it depends on a lot of kind of familiarity with the setups or the reading or anything like it would be with more complicated layouts. Or levels with a lot of moving parts or objectives that aren't necessarily clear or anything like that, so it's not like you would have any kind of major advantage as the maker as compared to most other levels, I think, so. Because usually the maker does have a pretty significant advantage with the clear check, but with something like this, maybe not so much. Okay, let's see. At least I've got plenty of time to work with as well. That's an important factor here. I mean, if we can get under the stack, then we're pretty much set. Mice run fast. You think this level should have a tight timer? Well, unlike mice, not everybody runs fast. Dr. Duck, welcome. Okay, let's see what we can do. Whoop. Yeah, it doesn't feel too bad, actually, for something that, you know, looks kind of spammy. Pretty straightforward challenge. Whoop. Okay. Yeah, I might as well warm up on this just to get some movement back in the fingers. Back into Mario's feet. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's not much to necessarily strategize here. A lot of it is just, you know, am I able to read the critical moment when I can get across? So it does feel like there's a bit of the RNG in terms of the forward and backward movement that is going to be out of my control when it comes to, you know, what I can realistically do to manipulate the boss. I think part of it is that I do want to try to lead the projectiles away from myself and create opportunities. But once you push it back to a certain point, I really do need to make it to its other side. Otherwise we aren't going to be able to do much with this. Whoops. World record is 8 seconds, huh? Yeah, I guess... I mean, I don't know how long that would take to put together. It seems like it's just an extremely fortunate run where you sneak under right away, actually. If you also manage to somehow jump into this stack precisely enough to unstack it, that would definitely do something, but... And Darth Zane, welcome. Yeah, too bad about Lemmy. I think he only trivially has the best balls, Dr. Duck, when he has, in fact, the only ones. And Zucchini, welcome. Oh. Okay, starting to clear out the first section here. Now, if I push it way back, I get a lot more room between projectiles, if you'll see. But again, we still haven't solved the problem of how we actually get past the stack at some point. If I'm able to get above the step that is the base of the flagpole, I wonder what we can do with that. And... okay. You didn't know the other Koopalings were neutered? Well, you know, there are a lot of things that Nintendo doesn't tell you until you're older. Oh. Okay. Terminator, I'm not entirely convinced that that would improve your aim as any species, but okay, whatever works. I'm also not convinced that their aim has especially improved in any case. Whoops. Got that right in the face. What about Bowser? Well, you notice that in a lot of Nintendo's official materials, they have steadily moved away from the notion that the Koopalings are Bowser's children. I mean, maybe they were all just kind of adopted as foundlings in the vein of Peter Pan. Or, well, I mean, yes, let's see here. Whoops. The Koopalings have always been adopted. While Bowser Jr., I mean, the whole introduction of Bowser Jr. in Mario Sunshine was that he believes Peach to be his mother, right? Which kind of demonstrates a shocking lack of biological education on his part. But that's what happens when he's, you know, playing in his clown car all day instead of paying attention in class. Okay. Bowser Jr.'s origins remain a mystery. Whoops. What's wrong with Peach being his mother? An excellent question for Mother's Day, for those of you in North America who have it today, and will need to remember to send your mother either a card or a level. Some other places like the UK and some other countries in Europe, I think, have already had their Mother's Day back in March. But for the rest of you, that is no excuse. You would never send your mother a level, but what if it's a really nice level? A really appreciative one that kind of demonstrates to her how far you've come in life as a creative individual. Whoops. How well you have absorbed all the lessons she taught you as a child about the perils of soft locks. And whoops. Okay. And the Koopa T, welcome. And Zigzy as well. Yeah, I was kind of unintentionally back to my old late start time today. Yeah, but we'll hopefully be able to stay for quite some time, so we'll try to get to everybody's in due course if you're able to stay. Whoops. That was not a good place to stand. Okay. Yeah, ideally I actually wanted the whole stack to kind of crowd me nice and early, and then I can just sneak under it, grab everything else, and go. Of course, the closer it stands to me, the harder it is to dodge everything that's coming out of the stack. There is a certain timing to how Larry at the bottom of the stack is going to hop, and so like, there's a particular rhythm to it that I just need to watch out for, because there will be a timing window when I can sneak under. Atlantis, welcome. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Whoops. Yeah, because the idea is that I want to clear out as many coins as I can and hopefully have the stack kind of pull to the left afterwards and hop above me. I don't want to be too close to the left wall, though, because I will get crowded out by everything that's being fired. We'll see. We'll put in at least a couple more good attempts. I mean, you know, a lot of this is pretty improvisational, so it's not like I'm able to find a specific method that I'm finding here, but we dodge or we don't. That's really the essence of this. Whoops. Nope, I thought I could stand there and have it hop over, but... Astroy, welcome. How come Mario never tries to negotiate peace with Bowser? I think they have tried many times. They even, you know, play golf together from time to time and do other things, but most of the Nintendo villains at this point have essentially become frenemies with their main characters. Like the whole Kirby and DDD dynamic, for instance, has fallen into that for quite some time. Asteroid, if you send me a Super World, my usual principle is that I will at least play the first level like a normal submission, and then if we clear it really quickly, then I can do several levels kind of in a chain over the course of, say, 15 to 20 minutes or so. You know, so I can account for things like easier traditional super worlds where you can take levels in a whole bunch of chunks at once. So if you want to send me a super world code, that's absolutely fine. And hopefully nothing requires a re-upload that would kick me right out. Astro, I was actually just thinking when Terminator sent me this level that it seems like the thing that you might be good at. This very kind of quick and improvisational play versus a boss stack in a simple, constrained environment. Yeah, Dr. Doug, as far as the exceptions go, I was actually thinking that, like, you know, I guess Ridley is kind of unfriendly, but Ridley is also pretty much dead at this point, several times over. Ah, okay, so you have played this already, as one of the people who have cleared it. Yeah, that's the thing. There's enough of an RNG element to this that I don't necessarily think that I am improving at it. I mean, either I dodge it or I don't. But we'll at least give it a few more tries and see if we can at least push past the flagpole. Oops. There we go. The hitboxes on the bottom are super generous, yeah, particularly with Ludwig's projectile. That has always been less scary than it looks, I suppose. We'll see. I don't feel like I'm actually making progress, so we'll see how much further we can push on, because we do have a largest queue at this point, so... But that's alright, it's a warm-up. Will serve its purpose. Okay. It's okay, we'll see. We'll see. I want to at least see if I can put in like a really good, solid attempt. I haven't been able to sneak under even once, that's the thing. And it seems like your ability to clear this level depends very heavily on whether you can get under the stack at any point. Like, all of the dodging ahead of that is pretty much completely academic. Like, the hard thing about this level isn't getting the coins. The hard thing about this level is seeing the opportunity to pass the stack, and we haven't actually done that yet. I think that's a significantly greater part of the challenge. Would the tag be shooter? Because I find that... I mean, I know there are some localization differences between the tags when it comes to different regions, but that's... the shooter tag I mostly saw associated with things like, you know, arcade shooter type levels where it would be flying around in upside down land or something, or with a frog suit or pea balloon, and like having a couple of the shoot 'em up style levels that we've seen in the past. Whoops. That seems to be my reference point for that. Okay, we'll call it for now. We did not manage to get 23 coins. We never actually managed to get through to stack, so... Clear time 13 seconds, record 8 seconds. The record is completely understandable. If you get under the stack early, you've got it. And, yeah. Some people definitely, I think, kind of worked at this, but... Let's go on. Supernova, welcome. Okay, must run fast. Let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, the tag system in general isn't really that flexible for us to work with. Must run fast. Do you want the newest one, Fallen Angels? Auto-scroll and single-player, speaking of tags. Winged Munchers fill the void in my heart, or was it the void in my level? Spoiler alert, it was probably the void in your level, but we're about to find out. Yeah, Dr. Duck, I mean, as somebody who pretty much has never used the in-game search function, I don't know if people actually get much out of the tag system as it currently exists. Let's not slip off of every single Muzzy here. But certainly as people who are kind of playing in a way that's a little more connected to a reliable community, we're often, I think, dependent on a lot of community terminology that realistically Nintendo is not just going to openly adopt. I quite like the timing on this. It is very understandable once you get into the rhythm. Why didn't I jump down there? Yeah, no, I haven't dropped that Buzzy on the platform yet. It's supposed to come up towards me. Yeah. Okay, there we go. You feel rather stylish about this once you've gotten a sense of where everything is. Yeah, the shell is supposed to travel to the left and spring up towards me. We just haven't quite managed to get that together yet. Thank you for the follow. Oh. I've misheard my notification on a delay. Yeah, the single multiplayer classification is not really useful in its current form. Especially if it is just completely immaterial to the seeding and multiplayer versus, as people suspect. Interesting. I was expecting... Oh, whoops. That to spring up towards me. Let's take a look. Whoops. Yeah, as far as level discoverability goes, I mean, I don't know that there's a solution that would really work for the purposes of how
we already kind of manage in terms of like community sharing and submissions that are on a more manual basis in terms of people actually being able to follow each other's interests. But let me see what I'm missing here. I need to hit... I'm misreading that segment entirely, and I need to rethink that substantially. So I hit this, come down, hit the on-off switch. That allows me to jump on a platform. I need to get to the platform earlier. I think I'm spending too long there, and I need to get back to the platform to the left as a position of safety until we have a Buzzy that's in position. Let's see. Sorry, I'm not completely caught up on the chat here. We're just kind of skimming along. Yeah, I think a lot of the solutions to the game's... whoops. Hang on. We dropped the shell. We dropped the platform. I need to get there early enough to jump back to the left until something comes up to catch me. It's like we need to get back to the stable platform on the left, and I'm not doing that segment quickly enough to do that. I was in the middle of some other thought there, I think, about... Yeah. There we go. Okay. I did solve that. I just need to get to the right side faster then. Whoops. That was a very embarrassing series of jumps. Yeah, the thing about level discoverability in Mario Maker is that I think the kind of levels that people look for and the kind of things that they enjoy are in some ways so specific to their own experience that the best solution is always going to be something that's very manually player driven. And so the thing that we actually need are better social features for kind of person-to-person sharing and recommendation in some ways. Like having gone back to... Whoops. Maybe I should just spin jump across to have a bit of a lower ceiling on that. Let me rethink that. I just need to do it faster. Having gone back to some Maker 1 lately, where everybody kind of misses the web bookmark system because it was excellent. One thing that strikes me is that the improvements to things like the, you know, whole concept of following a maker and being able to see their latest creations in timeline order, which was new to Maker 2, was actually really substantial. And it was that kind of change that was for the better, because it's understood that there's this kind of like player-to-maker relationship that you can cultivate. And the problem with that in Maker 2 is that the followed list is actually much too small. I've capped it out for ages and ages because there's a limit of like 100 or so. But you know, there's no real substitute for just being acquainted with makers that you like, and being able to have this kind of direct person-to-person relationship with them as people who submit to a stream or submit to the same community or anything like that. And it does have the unfortunate effect, I think, that for players who are kind of not networked, it does leave them out in the cold and likely to just kind of leave the game from lack of interest if they just never manage to find something that clicks for them. And whoops. Document, this is one by Mice Run Fast. unlike the mice, we are not running fast enough. And Document, you're saying that it has some Supernova vibes. I can see why you would say that, actually. Like, stylistically speaking, it's... a level that, you know, maybe values the same kind of stuff in some ways. In terms of the kind of timings you have to read, as well as the regularity of the mechanisms. And for something that's also very budget heavy as well, there's quite a lot of spacious gameplay to it. Whoops. There we go. Spin jump, yeah. I didn't think ahead to the fact that we would have thwomps over there, so... Yep, there we go. Now we just need to do this whole bit a lot smoother. Whoops, no, I was trying to get off the edge there, and I just pulled back too quickly every time. Zucchini, I kind of agree, because I've been looking at the starting section and thinking that it should be possible to jump on top of the second wiggler if I'm in a particularly good position. But yeah, there is a point at which I feel like I'm falling behind by one, but luckily I am able to catch up, I think. And I tend to like that about auto-scroll, that... Like, I find that often the most successful auto-scroll concepts are the ones where you can get a sense of falling behind and catching up, such that, like, if you miss a cycle, you can tell that you're in trouble, but you're not completely sunk, and that there is a way to kind of get back on track. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, missing that. Then just trying to get in position there. I actually should maybe deflect off the wall on that fall there, just to some momentum, or just, you know, there are a lot of things I can do to play it out a lot more cleanly. Yeah, I shouldn't try to speed past that one, I don't think. Yeah, no, I shouldn't try to cut that corner. I should actually just try to do that full cycle the way I was doing before. Okay, there we are. No. I see what's throwing me off there. It's the fact that the scroll actually lurches forward a little bit in that moment. There is a bit of a speed change from the custom scroll. That is throwing me off slightly when I'm trying to plan that jump. But we just need to keep that in mind, because I'm always just a little bit off from the way I'm misreading that. Okay, we've got a lot more space now. I don't know why I thought I could do that. I do have time to wait for the next bounce with the timing that I had established there, so... Oops. I tend to be thinking of my jumps in sets of 3 in this level, because the timing just tends to work that way, that you can kind of do short, short, long with the way that a lot of these obstacles are doubled up. And so there is a certain rhythm to it that you can get accustomed to after a while. Okay. So you can just do most of the obstacles as bounce, 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 and you can say in your head, like, mice run fast, and there you go. There are your 3 jumps right there. I'm a little slow on that, but that also looks like it's recoverable if I'm doing that. Yeah. Oh, that was unwise. Salvageable, maybe, if I'm careful with the muncher over my head, but let's not be too risky about that here. Whoops. And yeah, no, I got plenty of time to move here. I don't need to rush into that quite so much. Whoops. Yeah, in some ways, I feel like we still haven't seen everything that can be done with custom scroll in this game. I mean, a lot of its possibilities when it comes to camera control were established pretty early, I think, but I feel like that's one of the... Whoops. One stop, okay. That's one of the things in this game that's probably still ripe for further exploration in ways that we haven't quite seen yet if you're still researching some new technical concepts. And yeah, some of the inflexibility of scrolling being unavailable for the subworld tends to be a bit of a nuisance. I'm looking at this and wondering like how I managed to take out one of the muncher stumps earlier on. Didn't really have time to read that properly, I think. Whoa, excellent. We actually managed to get that quickly. Okay. Nope, it's not going to go. Let's see. Yeah, I see what's going on with the bomb now. Which is kind of... Yeah, no, I see what's going on. Was that I wasn't really even watching my bomb timing at all. That's the issue. I was just kind of going for that jump and expecting things to happen. It's kind of nice the way that the one-way panel will enforce the timing on that bomb there, but I wasn't paying nearly enough attention to what that mechanism actually was, even though we have plenty of time to work with it. Yeah, because if you have the munchers come down and crush it, then they have access to the trampolines underneath afterwards. So I guess the issue previously was that I had only bombed out the left side and not the right, which was why I was only getting bounce on the left stack. Oop. I'm gonna be slow here. too slow. Yeah, because I see what's going on with the bomb range now. Whoops. Have to be a little crisper than that if I want to make that cycle. Oops. Oh yeah, that was just not a very good kick because of the way I kicked it left towards the one-way panel. Going back to that earlier comment about... wait. Oh, I see. No, that will just get me across with the appropriate height. And the earlier comment about how Walmart is Donkey Mint's major inspiration. I suppose if you spend all your time in Walmart, you know, kind of clinging onto the walls and looking for little sub-pixel discrepancies in the architecture, then that would indeed be the case. Whoops. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Checkpoint 2. That was pretty smooth once we got the hang of it. I like that the checkpoint is before the vertical pipe entry here. Oh, interesting. Well, I guess you just kind of had a spare checkpoint available and decided to be generous to the player about the vertical pipe. Okay, works for me. When I see checkpoint placements like that are just before the goal, I always do a little bit of a comb for any kind of additional hard mode content or something that was tucked at the end, but no, that works well just to hedge against bad pipe entry. Anyway, thank you for that, Mice Run Fast. That was quite nice. Really interesting setup, so pretty decently paced experience considering how expensive most of the setups were in terms of just blowing out the part limit by the looks of it. Let me do a quick sub check just in case. Okay, let's take a look at Cameron. Cameron, if you'd like to check in. And as we wait for Cameron, let me just see how the list is going. The list is long, but I can stay fairly late today, even with the late start that we had, so we will get through everyone we can. Room 157 of Frosted Springs. It is new and as yet uncleared. The end of his mid-air spring jump. The thwomp section might be a bit janked. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Mid-air spring jump. That sounds concerning. Okay, so we jump around, we let the thwomps come down. Jump on this guy. Yeah, I think we just grab that, land on the next one, and then... Let's see. Okay, this isn't too time sensitive though, right? I can... Then there will come a certain point at which, yeah, those platforms are kind of... They're going to come in from off-screen, and I will have to... I can kind of wait on the spring a little bit because the platforms that are coming in from off-screen are not really spawned in within camera range at this point. The issue, mainly, is that because I can't see where I'm landing, we just kind of had to take it on faith, right? Unless there's something I'm missing about how we'll get that landing to go. Unless we need to kind of peek ahead on that first trampoline to, you know, try to scroll in. Yeah, there we go. Except now we're losing the opportunity to use that. Interestingly enough, though, if I get on top of the sideways one that's floating over, I should actually be able to spin jump onto the thwomps, perhaps, and take them up. I do need momentum. Okay. That was... I feel like I was supposed to grab that. Maybe. It's unclear to me whether I should grab that or not, in fact. But, I guess if I bounce it... We were within range of some kind of upper on-off activation up top. Supernova, the answer is no. I have not yet played a new document. The butterfly one. So far as I'm aware. I'm a little behind with everything in this game. We haven't played that much Maker 2 lately. Just give me one moment. I'm just going to adjust something with my seat. But yeah, we were mostly going back to Maker 1 for a couple of puzzles this week, and even with Maker 2, just mostly catching up on some things like the puzzle contests. And so, in terms of the actual platforming levels, I am quite behind. Whoops. The level has some uncontrollable jank in it. I don't know, I think if there's going to be a certain amount of uncontrollable jank that is Nintendo's fault, I feel like as the designer you can still kind of minimize its impact. But, you know, just by not designing the setups that are most at risk. But I know that sometimes, you know, that also precludes you from doing some of the more interesting things that you might be trying. I certainly know that from my own experience with building janky things in this game, so... yeah, we'll see how far we get. Because right now, yeah, I find that maybe the sort of momentum dependency here has a bit of visibility. Yeah, okay, so I pop on top of the shell, I head over to the right, I throw the spring once I get to the box. Yeah, because it seems like... so we know that it's actually just a few tiles to the right of this first spring that gives you the camera proximity to spawn the first one on wings. I actually think that if I spawn it early and I know that it's coming, I would be able to... no, because it won't spawn the second one yet at that point, and so they're too spread out. So that method will probably not work. And yeah, right now one of the issues is that we're landing dead center. Nope, we don't want to do that, although that does look pretty fancy when you do it like that. And send the Fuzzy into the middle of nowhere. Whoops. And Supernova, I feel like that's a lesson that a lot of makers could internalize, that you are in control of what jank gets in and what doesn't. For the most part, I mean, sometimes... it's a bit of a trade-off where you accept a certain amount of awkwardness in exchange for a really good concept that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. Whoops. Document, you have the sub-next privilege, so you're actually right after this one. We'll be putting you in directly after this one, if you're able to stay for that. You can't control the items that have wings that go up or down. Well, let me think about that. Because with the winged items, I mean, there are only going to be certain horizontal spacings that work in terms of when you make contact with them, right? And so, I feel like that's going to give you a decent amount of control. Okay, that was fine. I just needed to cut momentum a little bit, and then we'll do a bit of a bomb kick after that. So, we're making progress now. Whoops. Yeah, the main issues when it comes to jank that really feels outside of your control is when it comes to things that either have some kind of element of RNG to them or have like some kind of real positional dependency on the player's movement relative to the camera, I think. Because to a certain extent, you know, in most cases, you don't have that much control over a player's habits of movement when it comes to how quickly they're going to get within range or something, or you know, depending on whether they hold into a jump or peek around in a certain location to scroll the camera or anything like that. And I find that's kind of, whoops, one of the tougher things to deal with in test, because it's very easy to just have a lot of blind spots as a maker when it comes to, you know, just minor differences in player behavior like that, even down to what controller people are comfortable using or what kind of muscle memory they have that might be different from yours. Whoops, that was not meant to be an up throw. Yeah. Now, this is the only real awkward bit so far, though, is that first landing on the spring. I feel like it very suddenly gets a lot smoother after that when it comes to readability. And yeah, Document, I'm sure we've all kind of had that experience where we look at something and think, okay, that's not really going to be a big problem. I'm sure players can manage. And then the first person you send it to exposes just how big a problem it is. Whoops. That's meant to be, once again, a forward throw. I don't know. I'm leaning so heavily into that diagonal. I think I do want to throw it, because I want it to make contact with the spike wall that's beyond that. Although, it's true, Supernova, that maybe I don't want it right against a wall to begin with. And that... well, let's not be too fancy here. Yeah, because I'm looking at the throwing arc there. No, I don't trust my drops enough to be pulling off something like that. Too early? Well, and then now we're going to float around. It would be interesting to see if I could ride the winged elements back to the left, drop the thwomps once again, and then take a spring up top. I'm sure that you probably just have more ground up there, though. That prevents me from doing anything too fancy. Like, what if I just ride this out? Drop the thwomp. Come back here. If I spawn them close enough together, I can probably do that. At that point, I'll have dropped one thwomp, and I actually do have the ability to spin jump if I drop the item, but maybe I want to use the spring. There's probably nothing up there anyway. It might just be ceiling, but if I can do some kind of super cheese with it, obviously that would be interesting. We can always look at the layout afterwards to see, though, instead of playing around with it now. Well, let's try to... Whoops. Actually hit a block accurately for once. Yeah, because once you come to this open section here, you would be a little bit stuck anyway if you tried to take some alternate passage up above. Why do I keep doing that? That's... Yeah, no, it's the way that I'm kind of leaning into the D-pad. I'm just hitting the vertical. Occasionally have some pretty bad mashing habits. Oops. When it comes to any kind of directional accuracy. You see, except for the up throw, I think, in most cases, having a slight up diagonal to your movements in Mario doesn't really matter, because realistically, what does that affect, right? And so it might just be that I have a really bad habit of leaning into an upward diagonal sometimes that only gets exposed when you have up actually registered as an input, which is the case with the up throw, and not really that much else, except for maybe, you know, things like some Link's moveset. Okay, I think the fire bar is mostly here to scare me, but given that I have a pretty narrow timing window there that's valid anyway before the lumps come down and have their fun. Whoops. And yeah, DI Program, I don't know how much de-cheesing you're still doing, or how much mechanism fixing you're doing, but I'm not too concerned about the other people who have cleared your escape room sniping that from me too much. I mean, I guess there were some other people who had tested it before me and cleared it, but it's not like it's a very execution-dependent escape. So when I see it come up, I just snag the clear whenever possible, and also works as a good little stress test, I think, of whether you actually have fixed the bomb room mechanism. Yeah, Koopa T, I guess if you're already working on that yourself. I do enjoy. Oops. Yeah, I need more forward momentum going into this, obviously. I am kind of backing out of that a bit. You think you got the switch door thing fixed? Yeah, I certainly haven't run into it, but of course it's difficult to tell from a small sample size, since it's breaking on something very specific with player movement, I'm sure. Whoops. Yeah, most of this, once I understand what the positioning requirements are, it seems actually not too bad in terms of being doable. It's just that the margins are a little tight. It's mostly just this first jump being a bit blind that caught me off guard for a bit, but we'll see. It's one of those things where, you know, something might look very obvious from the developer camera, but not the player camera. Nope. Wrong. So it's going to be hit, 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 and then after that, something will spawn from the blaster that will eventually get me out of there while the bomb hits the on-off switch and drops that column. So we'll... Oops. See what we can do about that. Yeah, Cameron, most people you haven't sent this to haven't had an issue with the first jump. Yeah. I mean, like I said, other players just have different habits than mine. A lot of other players I found have a much more kind of like forward-facing go, go, go style, whereas I'm always sort of stopping and experimenting with stuff to see what I can do, so... Once you understand the positioning and that you just need to make a couple of adjustments, like not landing dead center on that trampoline, things are a little clearer. Whoops, nope, still need to be a bit more accurate on the bomb. Green heroes, welcome. Okay. I was wondering what was going to come. I expected it would be something like that. Just a matter of reaction time there. Yeah. And dealing with the fire bar, of course. I did not expect that drop. I mean, I guess I could have watched the ceiling for that. But yeah, the mole drops and then we get on top of it into the spiny, so... It would be interesting to see if somebody would be able to do this on a comparatively low number of attempts in terms of just a blind read on some of the more surprising elements. I mean, you can see that something is going to drop, it's just... uncertain what that's going to be and whether that will in fact deflect the shell. And now we understand the answer is yes. Akuba T, you're currently working on your Suffering Games entry. Do I know what that is? No, it's not a matter of indication. It's a matter of like having enough of a window to react. Like, it's not a matter of knowing a path or whatever, it's, just being able to see what's coming. I think sometimes it's easy to lose track of that because it's one of those things where, you know, you stop dying to it, hopefully, after very few attempts, because once you know it's coming, right? And then... Which is why I think, like, the blind read experience is difficult even for, you know, external testers to kind of have a good grip on in terms of what people will find sort of tricky to react to on first go. But anyway, oh, whoops. Oh, it's Krad's contest, okay. And this year he wants them to be fun. Yeah, I remember that he held a similar thing last year, now that you mentioned that. I just didn't remember what it was called. Okay. I see. And that's going to deflect. I think I just need to continue taking that back and forth, or not. Because if the bomb detonates, that doesn't do anything to the muncher, so I think I just need to continue going forward. And no, I need to deflect the bomb and use the bomb as my next platform, that's what it is. Before it detonates. I understand that. Whoops. You know what, let's just ride it out. See what happens. I won't have time to lower the thwomp here though, so... If I went around, back on the spring, and then I spin jump back on a thwomp, maybe. Oops. Diaprogan, you're saying something about the bug fix in terms of what Hylian Dread did. Yeah, so Diaprogan, I know about that interaction actually because of a document level where that is used as a secret. And with anything with the on-off state switch being accessible sort of directly on the point of a door entry, that's always a problem. Like, even if the state switch is something that's timed to a bomb or something like that. Oops. Wrong thing here. We needed the on-off switch. Supernova, you're saying you never beat that boss. I see. You're saying this is your first attempt at a Panga-style Kaizo. I find it much more approachable to me than a Panga-style Kaizo, I guess. Because I associate that with... Well, actually, I mean, the thing that put Panga on the map for a lot of people was the original P-Break level that was very early in Mario Maker 1 and just had this very widespread reputation as people's first exposure to what a Kaizo-style level looks like, right? And I don't think I ever beat the first jump in that level. It was something to do with like Yoshi grabbing an item and tossing it in front for you to jump on, or... I don't remember exactly, but I just remember that certainly at the level of play that I had with Mario Maker 1, like many people who were aware of that P-Break level by reputation, I didn't get far into it at all, so... But I guess I associate Panga's levels with just a really kind of high, finicky technical requirement that I definitely do not have the muscle memory to do. I mean, you know, Kaizo is something that can be trained within reason, but you still fundamentally need good reflexes for it. Okay, so I think if I get on top of that bomb, I don't know if I actually need to put it in that slot for the next state switch. I believe I do, because then I get on top of the next trampoline while you have the next state switch take down the blue blocks. Yeah, because you need a double state switch. One state switch is going to be next to the blaster, the next state switch is going to be from deflecting the bomb, and the bomb jump should give me enough momentum to get over to the spring as the blue wall comes down and allows me to proceed, so... Okay. And here we are. Yeah, Cameron, to be quite honest, I haven't played anything new by Panga in a very long time. I don't think I've played anything of his Maker 2, in fact. So, like, I don't really keep up too much with what that community would be referring to. Okay, so I'm trying to kick the ball to the bomb rather to the right. And the issue with that is that I am positioning myself to the left of the bomb and would therefore not get enough space to continue. So let's see if we can figure that out somehow. Yeah, Cameron, I'll try to at least get past this blue wall here and we'll see how much further I can get. Because I do feel like I'm progressing, so... But we could also be quite a ways from the end. Yeah, people who are like really experienced Kaizo players obviously come into levels like this with different habits in terms of their positional control. And so there would definitely be some players who just find this really quite simple to get around because they've had a lot of practice at that point with things like maintaining speed over the bomb kicking. But we'll see. Yeah, the thing is, in the ROM hack scene, I know that Panga does have a reputation for designing in a way that is very friendly to Kaizo beginners in terms of giving them setups that give them a bit of an on-ramp to some of the stuff that's more technically difficult. But like DI Program was saying, unique attack but in smooth motion. Whoops. Yeah, Cameron, the thing about single shell jumps is that even if you're fairly inaccurate with them like I am, like I don't really find them too daunting anymore. It's more that I think with shell jumps, the first time people see them, it's a bit of a surprise because not much, prepares you for that in the existing Mario repertoire, and so... But once you get over that initial shock, then you learn shell jumps fairly quickly, and then you start worrying about other forms of item handling, or double shell jumps, or reclaims, or, you know, other things like that that I still find very challenging. And a lot of it, as I said before, is just, you know, whether there's kind of an on-ramp to learning it. Oops, that was not quite what I wanted. And I keep taking an extra bounce before that shell. Let's see. Blue Blur, welcome. Okay, we'll bounce on top of this. This. Nope, wrong way. So yeah, if I'm bouncing the bomb to the... Like, I can't really get back on the spiny shell and ride it again, because the bomb will detonate by that point, and the red wall will be back up, which is going to be self-defeating. So I do need the bomb kick over to the second on-off interaction to be the thing that gets me over to the right side. And so I don't think I'm reading anything about that incorrectly, I just don't have the right positioning for it. Whoops. Yeah, let's try it again. And totally miss. Okay, pop this. Get on top of this guy. In some ways I wonder what that mole is for. I don't really need the extra bounce from it to get over to Firebar. But I guess it's there so if you're standing too far to the left of the shell or something, you just run into it head first. I mean, it does give you an adjustment bounce, I guess, if anybody there is slightly off the fire bar timing. So it could be useful. We just haven't used it yet. Yeah, that's the issue, is that I'm taking one too many bounces from the spiny before I hit the bomb, and so I'm cutting my momentum going from left to right. I actually just need to get to the bomb sooner. If I get to the bomb sooner, I have more forward momentum going into it when I do kick it appropriately, so... Yeah, it'll be the single bounce on the spiny in that position and then directly to the bomb. I'll catch up on your message about why it's there in just a moment. It's there because if you're too fast, you won't be able to land where the spring is. Oh yes, the up and down saw timing, yeah. I guess it's one of those things though where, you know, if the player isn't really kind of interacting with the saw reactively, like why is the timing check there, right? I mean, I like the on-off wall in terms of the way that it enforces hitting the switch twice and, you know, being able to figure out that pattern. But I do wonder if the sort of extra enforcement of a timing check with the saw blade on the bottom right, which is going to feel a little out of the player's control, is really that necessary to make it work. Maybe there's some nuance to it that I'm not seeing yet, but... Whoops. Because I'm looking at that and thinking, well, is it something that I can actually read? Because, you know, no matter what, my timing... or rather my spacing to get over there after I kick the bomb into position over the on-off switch is going to be pretty strict anyway, right? And I get that if the timing is going to consistently work that way anyhow, that it adds a little bit of time pressure for the player to get out of that location and keep going, but... We'll see, I haven't gotten far enough to see how it plays out just yet, so... Whoops. Some kind of cheese prevention, I see. Oh, in case you just stand there, right? And stand there early. Well, no, I haven't looked at that carefully yet to see how to do it. You're saying shouldn't a jump be on the wall? I don't see why it should. I mean, it's being offered to me, but I don't feel like I need it, right? Unless that's the correction that needs to be made to get my momentum issue fixed, but... Yeah, the thing about the mole is that, you know... It's going to add this additional variance of how the player jumps in the mole in terms of how long they spend in that jump and how much airtime they add, right? Like whether they take a high bounce or a low bounce or whatever. So, I'm not exactly sure how that's going to make the timing more regular when... Yeah, I guess if we just do a full bounce off the mole, maybe that'll help, but... We'll see. It might be a bit of an issue that the purpose of it is not really clear until you have like a timing check that the player can't actually see. So like, I still don't know exactly what cheese you're trying to prevent with the saw, but I would definitely think about whether there's some kind of alternate solution to it. Like what, a falling platform or something, maybe? So that you can't step on it prematurely without having loaded it with the trampoline. Yeah, there might be something there that would make that less timing sensitive, but would also prevent the player from just stalling there. But again, I don't actually see the cheese yet, so it could be that. Yeah, maybe if I go directly from Mold-A-Bomb, I would be able to do that. So our objective right now is just to get past a blue wall. I will likely stop at that point unless we have a huge burst of progress. Yeah, because as you can see, like, I've basically got the interaction now, even with the extra mold jump, but I have zero control over planning around the blade coming up and down, right? So if I die to it like that, that's kind of telling me that I need to correct my timing in some kind of ambiguous way I can't see, even though I've done everything else correctly. And so that's why it sticks out as a bit of a sore spot. Yeah, because, you know, Cameron, you're telling me that I'm going too fast there, but the thing is, there's no way for me to know that inherently from playing the level, right? Like, it's not until you die to it, obviously. But you've got to account for players who will do that, because if the particular timing pattern or the jump heights, etc., are available, players will take it, right? And so like, not exactly sure, once again, what you're trying to prevent with the blade going up and down, but it does feel like it's something that I'm likely to get caught by even if I do everything correctly, and so we'll call it at this point. I think that was actually... I mean, that was kind of my objective, just to get up to that point, and I think it's going to require a bit of additional trial and error for me to see how to get past that wall. So we got about halfway, or, well, about a third of the way. And it's all in this main world segment. As you can see, there's a ceiling above the thwomps at the start, so there's nothing for me to cheese up top. Yeah, no, I think somebody will get the first clear soon enough. It's, for the most part, fairly approachable, just with some spots where the readability is a bit awkward, so thank you for that. Supernova, you're going to redeem Skip the Queue. That's not a win, but whatever. I don't actually track statistics. Okay, so let me check one thing. So, Document, I don't know how long you're able to stay, because technically you're going to be next with the sub. But if Supernova is skipping in first, let's see what we'll do. Would you be able to wait past Supernova's level, or do you need to go sooner? Because we'll... like, you two will be next in some order, with the Q-skip as well as the sub-skip, but I know, Document, that you were concerned about whether you would be able to stay, so... just let me know, and we'll dial one of you in. Yeah, if Supernova is next and you go after him, yeah, that will be the order. Assuming that Supernova didn't send me something unusually difficult to get through for him. So, yeah, so we'll honor the Q-skip from Supernova, then it's going to be a sub next for Document, and then we get back to the rest of the queue in order after that. So just one moment while I manage things on the back end. to have this register correctly. No, Cameron, I think a lot of the things that I was identifying can probably be fixed without too many difficulties. It's... yeah, you know, the core of the level is quite a lot of fun. It's just that I think with the most level design, like when you're polishing things off, 95% of your time is spent on 5% of the level, right? In terms of just getting things to behave properly. Supernova, are we taking a look at the latest version of Boomsday Machine, or would you like me to catch up on... we beat the early version of Counterintuition, so it would just be either Dentist or the new Boomsday. So, what would you prefer? Oh, this is the 0.33, yeah. We might do it at some point, but... yeah, the Supernova, let me know if you have a preference. The new one, okay. So is this the new one, the recreation of Boomsday? Yeah, because I don't know how much revision you did. I know it was one of your oldest levels that was still up, as I recall, and I did play the original version a long time ago. So let's see how it goes. And yeah, Asteroid, you spend most of your time looking at how the gameplay behaves. Yeah, particularly if there's some kind of non-deterministic element to it, you do need to iterate over and over just to see how the patterns are going to cooperate, I think. Okay. Feels nice to actually land some jumps again after not having done that very successfully today. Here's a key. And a bell. Actually, Cameron, I've heard from a lot of people that building Kaizo levels is actually one of the best ways to develop your own skill as a Kaizo player. Because naturally you are going to be repeating a lot of the setups a lot too. Kind of learn them and get a sense of, you know, just how to work with that. But I think it's one of those things where, you know, if it, as with anything as a maker, like if it interests you as a player, you should do it. And I say that as somebody who spends way too much time playing and not enough time actually finishing anything in the editor. But, okay, I do want the shell, and I do want Cannonball to take me up. Anything up here? Nope, just a junction. Yeah. Oh, there is a coin. Okay, so we haven't been looking for coins so far. I don't know if I missed one already, because I just didn't even think to search in the first section. And so, Supernova, if I did miss a coin already, let me know and we'll just start over. So I don't have to guess. Let's see here. I missed a coin. Yeah, let's just start over. Yeah, I just didn't even notice that there were pink coins in this level until we saw that first one, so... And it definitely felt like there were some places that I could have checked but didn't, like this one here, for instance. Which is not a coin, but yeah, the coin is on the right side above the key. I see it immediately. So that's a quick fix. Whoops. I said that's a quick fix. In Program, you spend a few months creating setups, and then a few more months trying to make the pieces fit. And yeah, that's how it goes. But it's modular design, and that's just what's going to happen. So yeah, we need to get on top of each burner as it goes, as it becomes available, and then from there, whoops, that was supposed to be a jump. Coin 1 is available right there. Yeah, Supernova, feel free to add a director's commentary at any point if there are any revisions from the previous version that you're particularly proud of. It's been long enough since I played that I don't remember a lot of the specifics myself. So, okay, that was risky, but we got it. And then we'll grab this. Bounce this guy up. Lower the gate. Now this part here, we need to actually let some fire spawn. A bit more than that, perhaps. Alright, let's not get hit by the shell. Coin over here, and then we will take a look at that second coin before I continue. And an additional burner way up there that we'll eventually make our way towards. Probably just a different part of the level entirely. Oh no, it's part of the climb, of course. Spikes on either side. I like the symmetry of this area as we go up. Alright, this is just hiding my way around that. That's not too bad. We should probably look at that door. But no, it's going to be this first. Nice big risky drop down there, and then we'll continue. Okay, 2 coins in the bag at this point. We will see about this one here. I guess it is going to be the kind of semi-solid trick. Yeah, seen that a couple times before. Including possibly in an earlier version of this. A nice way to interweave some of the piping into this layout. Yeah, I haven't gone back to some Maker 1 lately. The thing that really strikes me is that just because of Scroll Stop being such a big game changer in Maker 2, there's a certain lost art to making different parts of a level fit together in a manner that's more like a jigsaw puzzle, which was much more the case in the first game. And sometimes leads to some interesting spatial trickery when it comes to puzzles and the like. That had been on my mind because yesterday we finished the Return of Ichigo Mole, which was the level that was reputedly the biggest Tetraterix puzzle. And anyway, here's the Rising segment. This is always a pretty fun part of this spectacular. Whoops. Yeah, I do remember that little bit there. You know, this segment, now that I've kind of gone back to... Whoops. Wow, that was an awful way to die. Trying to jump back to the shell. Now that I've gone back to a lot of Maker 1 earlier in the year, in fact, the kind of state transition for the boss that has it get up and become mobile, the Maker it actually reminds me of is it's very much kind of like an old school Kavik setup, actually, because he just loves that stuff, or did in Maker 1 with having, you know, phase transition sets, get these huge columns up and walking. And surprisingly, I haven't seen much of that kind of thing in Maker 2, probably just because of things like the stacking limitations and some of the spatial flexibility that we don't have as much of anymore. And so, given those constraints, it is very impressive as a Death Star of a boss, as Document was just saying. That's Snow Moon. I mean, it's definitely not a moon. It doesn't even resemble one. And we'll just hit the exhaust port right next to the main port. Whoops. Okay, not quite. Yeah. Let's not get zoned out by the shell launcher here. That was perhaps a bit of a risk. Whoops. Okay, let's get up here. Yeah, I always quite liked the way that you had the stumps set up these very distinct hits between phases, such that there is this, you know, Nintendo style, or as I like to think of it, very Zelda style. 1, 2, 3 to pattern. And I say that knowing that Supernova, you've said in the past that you haven't actually played the Zelda series, but that's what I associate a lot of the kind of Nintendo style 3-hit boss design with. Which, of course, is present in, you know, all of the basic, like, Boom Boom or Koopaling designs in this game as well. Let's see. Whoa. That was not the time to be looking over at chat to see what you were saying about the phase transition. There we go. Hit POW. There's the key. Now, we can assume safety coin, given that the pink coins were broken up across checkpoints. So let's... Oh, I lost a shell. Okay. That's okay. We'll get one back. And then we can get another one as well, such that I can take damage and then claim another shell. Oh, I said such that I can take damage and claim another shell. Should be able to. Whoops. Hang on. I'm totally going to die to this if I'm not careful. There we go. In some ways, I'm actually kind of surprised this was not a requirement for the door over here. But we'll finish it in style. Okay. Alright, additional phase. Excellent. And we lost it. Okay. Yeah, this is just a survival phase, though, right? P-switch expires, and then... Oh, no, we actually need the blocks to open up. I was thinking, this is just going to be P-switch, and I realized no, because when we activated a P, they were not already coins or anything like that. I should have just kept a shell and stopped this. Whoops. That's okay, we'll open it up this way. And we'll drop the whole thing. Depow doesn't kill Junior. Depow lowers monsters which crush Junior. That's an interesting priority order for that. Yeah, because I'm looking at the ending there and thinking... If I just took the shell in with me, which I did, I should have had the presence of mind to just stomp on the blocks, right? And that would have solved the problem. I'm sure that was maybe something that played a part in the 2-minute Mang record over here, but let's not think too hard about that. Anyway, thank you for the latest version of Boomsday Machine. Bowser Jr. had to be stacked the entire fight, or else he would jump around and escape. Yeah, because of the way he just does the drop and everything, or the way that a shell form would be a massive problem. So, very interesting solutions to some of that. Like I said, I don't remember how much of that differs from the previous iteration, but I'm sure you had a lot of fixes in mind with some of this older work. Let's mark that as a win, and let's call in sub next. So, thank you to those of you patiently waiting behind all of this queue order manipulation. As usual, I do intend to get to everybody who manages to stay if your submission came in before queue closing. And we'll be open for a little while longer because I can stay long today. So, let's take a look. Yeah, Cameron, thank you for the resubmission of Castle Hats, which we remember from last time. We'll definitely try to sneak in some of that by the end. Despite all my rage, I'm still smashing blocks of my face. Why would it be despite all your rage? It's not like being rageful and angry would make you stop smashing blocks with your face, right? So, anyway, Butterfoot bullet fly wings. Some bullet fly, I quite like that. It's all fun and games until you're attacked by a swarm of bullet flies, which I'm sure is about to happen. Let's take a look. I'm not sure I do get the music reference, Dr. Duck. You might have to remind me. I have awful lyrical memory for anything, so. So, we've got a bank of hats. We will get in a little practice for the level that Cameron also put into the queue later on. We hit that. We wall jump back. Wait, I will need a bullet though. Let's see here. It's not a subtle reference, so you're guessing no. Yeah, I will just assume that it's something I've missed. Whoops, let's actually hit. Hang on, we'll salvage that first. We'll hit. Come back here, and then we'll have some bullets over here. We just jump over this guy. And then... yeah, I just needed to go faster over to the hop jump. Oh, smashing pumpkins. Okay, I see. Yeah. A bullet with butterfly wings, I see. I see what you did there. Well, now I do, after having had it exhaustively explained to me. Okay. Let's see here. Nope. I was hoping to sail back here and land on top of the hop chop, but that requires me to take flight a little higher than I did. Josh Bones, welcome. And yeah, like I said, a huge queue today, but we'll hopefully get to everybody who's already in. Oops. I'll likely be closing up pretty soon, certainly by the end of this level, though. But for those of you already here, that should be fine. Whoops. All jokes are funnier when they're exhaustively explained that that's just a scientific fact, or... Yeah, so the joke that Document made depends on the sort of knowledge that it doesn't really actually qualify as a scientific fact. Like there hasn't really been that kind of a process of having established it through experiment and observation. But then that's what makes it funny, is because that it's kind of has a way of ironizing itself by inviting meta-level explanation in its own right. I hope that clears it up for people in case it was sort of unclear why he said it was a scientific fact. That's definitely a joke. How do I feel about reclaims? I am bad at them. There have been some Kaizo levels where I was okay up until the reclaim, and then I've been stuck ever since. That's not a way of saying no, though. I am definitely fine with trying something if you have sent a level that requires that. In fact, Josh Bones, I kind of remember that one of your previous levels that I've played had a reclaim that just kind of executed itself and thereby felt pretty smooth. Because you can kind of like get the cool factor of doing the reclaim without actually putting in the work. I don't know if that was one of yours, like if it was one of the if it was something like the big mushroom level I'm thinking of, or if I've confused it with something else, but I think you get what I'm saying. Image into Mario Maker pixel art app. DI Program, I don't think I was aware of that. I mean, I always assumed that like not everybody can be this good at pixel art to have the amount of pixel art we do in fact see as this regular fixture of certain makers' preview screens, but I don't know anything about the state of the external tools for that. Okay, quite like that. That it's actually very clear what's going on. I mean, I missed a wall jump at the end. It was very clearly supposed to be a wall jump up there, but yeah, that's an interesting example of an off-screen on-off interaction that is also really obviously an on-off interaction. There. Isn't necessarily a lot that will fall into that category. Oh, whoops. You actually honestly laughed at your explanation, so that was the rare successful double sarcasm. Yeah. I mean, I didn't read your bravo as sarcastic in the first place. so I guess the double sarcasm negated itself, and secondly, joke's on you. Okay, now let's see. Move up. Pop this guy. Whoops. Love how it resets the bullet too. We were too late on that. Didn't get within range. Okay. And yeah, Torgan actually kind of reminds me of how a lot of the common art drawings that you see in Splatoon, for instance, are much less impressive once you understand that the vast majority of the common artists are just doing it through image conversion tools, and unfortunately drowns out the people who actually do kind of put in the work to do original illustration. I mean, the results are spectacular, but it's one of those things where if you kind of know how it's done and know that the process is less laborious than it looked, for some reason that just maybe strips away a little bit of the aesthetic pleasure. Okay, hit that. Yeah, it's very clear to me how I can definitely flow through this a lot faster than I'm doing as well. That there are certain segments that I'm stalling on here that you definitely don't need to stall on, and indeed shouldn't if you're trying to race that mysterious individual known as MangMang69 for the world record. Okay. Let's pop this. And down. There we go. It's nice to see Hop Chop actually get some use. Whoops. Okay, too much flight time at that point. Yeah, because that doesn't get reloaded onto bombs, I just need to not spend that much time in the air. I didn't think it was a concern because I did make it all the way to the on-off switches at the end previously, and so didn't really expect to be out of gas that soon, but we'll just have to be a little more exact about the bombs. And here we go. The only Hop Chop you've ever had, well, it's a special one. It is better to have hopped and chopped than to never have hopped at all. Yeah, Hop Chops definitely feel very underused. And even here, they're kind of in a static location, right? Where their mobility isn't something that is particularly important to that, but Much nicer target to hit, though, and much less expensive one than trying to fill all that space with trampolines or something. Whoops. Unless, of course, you accidentally kill the hop chop like I did on at least one occasion. Again, you've never made a 3D world level? Yeah, you should get on that. I think you would find that the possibilities for puzzle mechanics are actually significantly more flexible than they look. It's just that you kind of need to not approach them with the same mindset as a lot of the mix and match mechanisms in the standard styles. But there's a lot of stuff in 3D World that I think is still underexplored. Where, you know, the tech exists and has been discovered, but there's a lot that hasn't really been fully developed into levels yet. Like, I've seen a lot of prototype concepts that have barely been exploited. Oops. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Not a lot of raccoon suits or Tanuki. So, okay, so Josh Bones... You see, in spite of the fact that I do habitually refer to the raccoon suit as the Tanuki leaf, because that is what it is, technically speaking, it's only the Tanuki suit, formally, if it's the one that allows you to transform into the statue, right? Because that's how, at least in the original manual materials for SMB3, Tanuki suit and raccoon suit were distinguished. Was that specifically Statue Mario is the Tanuki suit. But the thing is, Statue Mario hasn't been playable in so long that we might as well just call it the Tanuki suit at this point. And I think by the time you get to stuff like 3D Land, I think, where... Or even as NSMB2, perhaps, where... No, definitely 3D Land, where the raccoon tail takes the form of the full, like, wraparound Tanuki furry suit. In the 3D Land artwork. Like, I guess by that point, that has kind of been reharmonized. Where... Like, now, because he's not just wearing the tail like he does in the 2D games, we're just kind of familiar with calling that the Tanuki suit once again. The closest thing to the classic statue Tanuki suit is actually the Lucky Cat Bell in 3D World Bowser's Fury. Specifically in Bowser's Fury, where you actually get some decent playtime with it. Actually, Dr. Duck, now that you remind me, did the 3D Land Tanuki suit give you the statue? Yeah, I'd forgotten that, actually. But I only played 3D Land once, like way back, maybe. I would have played it around 9 years ago. I didn't play it right at launch because I was late to the 3DS. Yeah, no, I did 100% of 3D Land because I've done 100% on most of the recent Mario games. I just didn't remember that because honestly, there's not a lot I remember clearly about 3D Land. Although, yeah, no, you're right that I do remember using the Tanuki suit in some of the late game content. But I don't remember that I ever used a statue form for anything. But again, it's just way in the back of my mind at this point, so I'm sure it will feel quite new again should I ever return to it. Sorry, I'm quite behind on chat, Tanuki-wise. Yeah, the Tanuki and the raccoon are two different animals. I remember going to this exhibition a couple of years ago that had like a lot of really early Japanese print work, in fact, which did have like this 10th century illustration of Tanuki. Because the thing is, paper making in East Asia was well ahead of Europe in terms of like paper being used as a medium for print and illustration, and so some of this material is remarkably well preserved. At least the stuff that is still being kind of properly conserved. But yeah, no, obviously it caught my attention that I saw this like 10th century print of a Tanuki, because coming from a Mario background, you've just been hearing about this creature for the longest time, and oops. Which is also responsible for why it is the leaf that gives you that particular power-up. Because that's a kind of mythological association that... Oops. Okay, the flump on the left with the arrow on top is the one that allows you to go back up. I see. Yeah. Yeah, so 3D World, I found, became significantly more flexible in this game once it added two elements. First of all, the P blocks, and second, these, you know, one-tile on-off blocks. Because until the P blocks were added back in the Link patch, back in 2.0, I think, there wasn't really a convenient way to just drop the player in a switch-activated pit in 3D World. Like, that was surprisingly difficult to do. I mean, you could use coins, obviously, like blocks that transform into coins, but you often wouldn't want to do that because that would just be a one-way interaction if the coins were collected, right? Which is why, you know, P blocks have such a specific design space in this game. But I remember being startled that that was this glaring omission in 3D World, that like, you'd have all these on-off switch spikes, but you couldn't just have a switch drop a player anywhere. And unless you design, you know, some kind of bomb mechanism in conjunction with crates or something. Or... But if you're having a player, you know, like play in midair over a bottomless pit rather than over fluid, like there was initially at launch not a very tidy way to do a lot of that stuff in the 3D World style. I could be wrong about that, but I remember spending a fair bit of time playing with that. Whoops. Just straight up missed that. Yeah, if you look at the enemy set as well as the elements in 3D World, it really is like they tried to make 3D World have as little redundancy as possible with the standard styles. You know, all the way down to a lot of the physics and collision rules and such, which we all know about, but definitely with the enemy set. In fact, one thing that I think 3D World was quite good at highlighting was just how much the original game, Super Mario 3D World, added to the Mario series, which has always been clear to me. But you know, in terms of even things like the Ant Troopers and the bees and everything else, like there's a lot that already kind of felt second nature to me as Mario by that point, partly because I spent so much time playing 3D World back when it was released, but which you realize was only sort of introduced to the series at that point. And Yeah, Document, like you were saying, the state-based blocks solved so many design issues in terms of limitations with what you could do. It's remarkable how long it took to have 3D World get around to these hats as well, like Bullet Hat, and of course my personal favorite, the Goomba hat. Because it seems like I'm still seeing very fresh ideas and setups with them all the time. And they also haven't really been exhausted. Koopa T, you're having trouble designing while you're fighting with Joy-Con drift. Yeah, that's... really quite a problem on handheld. Which is too bad because, you know, if you're designing with the touchscreen, unless you have the Switch propped up on a stand or something, you're also likely to deal with Joy-Con drift. So, if you're in that situation, there isn't really an ideal way to be building in this game. Because you kind of have to pick your poison. Okay, we did it the fancy way, that's fine. Okay. No, I probably should have bounced on top of the bullet instead of trying to wrap around like that. "3D World had fuzzies and charging chucks." Yeah, the fuzzy chase in 3D World is quite special. 3D World in general is quite special. There's a lot in it that feels like a summation of what the Mario series was doing up to that point. Like, 3D World in many ways was definitely a kind of tribute to everything that had come before it. It was taking something from every mainline game, pretty much. Some things more recognizable than others, like, you know, the character selection and the slot machines from SMB2, or things like that. But I probably shouldn't have skipped that platform. I did need the additional distance that that landing would give me, I think. Yeah, the thing is, Dr. Doug, I have personally always kind of preferred the more obstacle course style of, you know, Galaxy 2, 3D World, etc., to the kind of 64 open style. I mean, I enjoyed Odyssey tremendously, but you could definitely see that they're very complementary games in a way where there's a lot that Odyssey doesn't do that 3D World does, and vice versa, and that there's not a great deal of redundancy there. You know, because Odyssey is much more of a game where you kind of make your own challenge when it comes to finding speed routes through things, or exercising the fullness of the moveset, which, you know, the kind of actual formal obstacles of the level design doesn't go out of its way to test. It's just a series of options available to you if you want to be stylish. And so in some ways the design philosophies and the kind of satisfactions they give the player are quite different. Yeah, I admire Mario 64 a lot, but to be honest, as I've said with a lot of different things in this stream, I've never had that much of a sentimental attachment to the N64 era. And that includes things like Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time and so on, that, like, obviously I have a tremendous amount of respect for what they accomplished, and I can recognize, like, why they are masterpieces of game design, but I've never really kind of been as endeared to them as a lot of people who kind of were up to speed with them at launch, I think. But yeah, as far as future thematic material for Mario Maker 3 is concerned, I think Odyssey is actually a very natural fit because of the Cappy moveset and the interactions that you can naturally kind of get from... I mean, I guess the capture would break a lot of things if you are not careful about dispensing it, but... there's a lot that would be opened up by how unique the enemy interaction is in a way that we haven't seen in 2D Mario, you have to remember. And in some ways, if you want to incorporate mechanics from Galaxy into a 2D space, doing so within a sort of Odyssey context actually does kind of cover that, because if you think about, you know, if you think about where Nintendo has kind of incorporated Galaxy-style gravity mechanics into 2D platforming in the past, you see a little bit of that. So, you know, in things like the 2D segments that were already present in the Galaxy games, like where they have carried that forward, you do see a little bit of that sprinkled all over Odyssey. In terms of dealing with, like, circular spaces or gravity swaps like in the Pyramid and so on. That, to the extent that Nintendo has kind of followed up on Galaxy-style gravity mechanics at all, like that's been the place to find it, particularly in 2D. And Mang, who has the record on his level, if I'm not mistaken, welcome. Whoops. But yeah, I kind of agree that you'd probably not want to have too much additional splintering between game styles that are kind of mechanically incompatible with the other ones. Like, it's nice to have 3D World have this pocket in this game that it specifically occupies, I think, but that a lot of the appeal of the contraption building side of Mario Maker in particular in the first place was about having this common language and common engine across styles that would still have a lot of its own nuances and variations within reason. That, like, the way that the base game styles are distinguished from each other seems to be just the right amounts of similarity and difference to be approachable to players. Whoops. And, you know, even with the 3D World style in this game, I love the 3D World style in this game, but there's no denying that in some ways it's still a barrier to people who, even as very experienced players with the other styles, you know, don't particularly feel keen on learning it. Like, there's a surprising amount of struggling with 3D World that still goes on. I have to take that, I think. I have to take the hit, but I have to take the hit in a way that gets me above, and I need to think about how I'm going to get enough height there. I need to be right up against the ceiling going into that. Maybe. I still haven't read that accurately yet. We need to get back to it. Whoop. Yeah, like, as I was saying, and I've said very often, in fact, I actually really appreciate that SMB2 was implemented as an SMB1 power-up, rather than as its own separate game style. I actually think that was an excellent decision, and I still think that is paying off in terms of just how much the SMB2 mushroom added to the level of interactivity in this game, particularly with things like puzzle mechanics. And that would not have been possible with a separate SMB2 theme, particularly as I think some of the things like the enemy set and such aren't really distinct enough to carry the style all by themselves. Like, there's not enough mechanical variety there, so... Although it would have been nice to see Birdo. And Birdo in conjunction with the pick-up and throwing mechanics in SMB2, that would then allow you to do those fights the classic way. Whoops. Okay, there we are. Yeah, I'm still clearly missing something about that segment that I haven't passed yet in terms of what to do about the red spikes. Whoops, too far. Abiotics, welcome. Okay, let's pop back up. That's going a little bit better. Let's wait for this. And yeah, I know I've been missing a lot in chat today. It's been quite active, but we'll try to get caught up on some of the Mario talk. Tub and Chow, you said what you could see them doing to expand on its 3D themes. Yeah, is to have one, like have a kind of 2D game-inspired set and a 3D-inspired set. Maybe so. I feel like there's maybe still some things to work around, like how the collision engine here currently works. Like, I mean, here's the thing, just to kind of speculate about this. So let's say we have Mario Maker 3, and let's say Mario Maker 3 substantially revises the 3D world theme such that we have totally different collision logic and we have stacking elements and so on. Like Goomba stacks that actually exist in 3D world. Would that be a trade-off that people would be happy with? Because it would break a lot of the stuff that's in 3D world in Mario Maker 2, and so a lot of existing levels would not be portable in the same way that a lot of levels cannot be ported from Mario Maker 1 to 2. But, you know, as players, would people want to accept mechanical changes on that scale, even at the cost of breaking a lot of Mario Maker 2 concepts that they might have wanted to port over? Because my sense is that no matter when or how we're getting Mario Maker 3, I absolutely expect it to break stuff. I absolutely expect that many of the concepts and setups that we have in Mario Maker 2 will not actually survive into it. Okay. Ah, no, the bullet. That's what it is. I needed to bounce over the bullet. Yeah. Why did I not see that? We had discussed that a little while ago, in fact, and I know one of you brought it up in chat, but for some reason I just didn't see the bullet as a surface I could jump on. Fabiotics, I am taking levels. It's going to be quite far back at this point, and it will probably be a wait of several hours, just so you know. And I'm going to be closing up fairly soon. But I do tend to play through my whole queue, even if it takes me a few hours to do so. And even if I have to give up on some levels sooner than I otherwise would. So you're quite welcome to submit at this point since I'm open, but I do know that it may be a long wait, and you are quite welcome to dip in and out in the meantime. If you'd prefer to, you know, do something more productive for a few hours instead. Because we have a fairly sizable queue today, so... nope, missed. Yeah, no, I clearly need to get on top of the bullet. And you told me that ages ago, and I totally misunderstood it. Because the thing is, at that point, I am the bullet, right? And so, telling me to use the bullet may require disambiguation. Also, just much too wrapped up in Mario series conversation, perhaps. But that's okay. That's what we're here for. Okay. And Cameron, yeah, I mean, Cameron, I'm glad I got to play at least one of yours today. I actually am definitely closing the list at this point. So, Class Flawed, thank you for submitting as well. We will hopefully finish with you if you're able to stay that long. I am still staying on this level, but we would definitely have to close or we will have no chance today of getting through the list. So just give me one moment, and we will let Fabiotics get in. Let me just mark the stream title as closed. And yeah, it's totally okay if people can't stay or if they need to drop out here and there. I do run it in this time slot every week. We actually started quite late today, and so hopefully next week we'll be able to pick this up sooner. But for now, let me just make sure the bot is displaying accurately, and if you are in the queue already, once again, I will try to get through the list. Also, one other thing that I do when we do get in a situation where I can't clear a lot of levels is that I will usually run an overflow stream every now and then where we go back to wrap up some of the more difficult levels that I couldn't finish on the viewer level day. So if I don't finish a level of yours that I play today, be alert for streams or VODs later in the week, because sometimes I do go back to things and get the clear. And so particularly if you see in your own log that I got the clear, do check to see if I have video of it, because I likely will. And yeah, Cameron, don't worry about that level. I mean, I'm happy to have played it. I think it probably needed some additional refinement, but let's acknowledge the raid from CC Replays. CC Replays, whose emotes we have already seen in chat today. So I hope you've been enjoying Kirby and the Forgotten Land. We actually streamed that to 100% last month. And I had an amazing time with it. Thought it was an absolutely terrific game. Yeah, no, I was very, very happy with the new Kirby game. So it was a difficult streaming experience for me in that we had like technical problems and scheduling problems and all kinds of things constantly getting in the way, and in the end I pushed through it because the game was well worth the effort. But anyway, let's pop this. And let's drop in here. There we go. Whoops. No, I want to go all the way over there, obviously. Come on, let's actually hit accurately for once. Oops. Okay. Not out of gas, thankfully. Now let's continue. And yeah, I was, like I said, very satisfied with the new Kirby. Oh, whoops. Yeah, let's actually let the bullet fire first this time. Or am I standing too close? I am standing too close. No, let's not hit it right away. Let's do that. Great. There we are, finally. Naturally, we need to do this. Whoop, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. I was hoping to get up in the air and get over to the 50 coin on the left, and we just completely blew it. Never mind. That's what happens when I mess around a little too much right at the ending. Thought we would be so stylish. Okay, up we go. Whoa, nope. Hang on. Yeah, it's always worth checking. Okay, now let's hop over here. Thank you for the follow. Like I said, hopefully we can get to you at a time that you're able to stay for today. And yeah, thank you once again to the patience of people who have been waiting all stream. I know that we have had quite a lengthy sitting, but that's fairly typical for the levels that I play here, so. Yeah, we specifically do not do the thing here that a lot of other streamers do, where they put on the 15-minute clock or whatever and just kind of tap out as soon as it's time up. Because frankly, I see better levels when we run things a little more flexibly, so. Okay. Matt enjoys bread. I hope you're still enjoying your bread. That was a death that did not look very pleasant for poor Mario. And yeah, Diapergan is saying the 15-minute clock is the worst, as you would say, as somebody who's designing escape rooms built for sittings of possibly a few hours, depending on people's solving skills. Whoops. But yeah, part of the reason as well, not just because of the level quality or, you know, giving the makers the time and respect they deserve. Beyond that, the thing is, I burn a lot of time in levels just kind of messing around and experimenting with things, and it does seem unfair to a maker if I tap out of their level really early simply if I am burning too much time, you know, fooling around instead of actually playing anything as intended. But that's how I like to play this game, and we'll stick with it. And unfortunately, of course, the price of it is that I make you folks sit through unreasonably long waits to get played. But that's why we never do random calls or anything like that, because I think that if you do need to step out for a bit and come back later, you should get a chance to do so. Let's lead this over. Grab a bullet now. Okay. Okay, we need to do this for revenge purposes. There we go. And not lose the bullet while we're at it. We drop this, we take the hit, we get on top of the blaster as it's sinking. It might not stop, so I do need to get on top of it and hold right. Too much sliding down the wall. You found one earlier this week that uses a 5-minute timer. What, is it like an Uno Mas specialist or something? Like a stream where you only submit Uno Mas. Which, by the way, might actually be interesting to do sometime. I should legitimately do like an all Uno Mas special at some point, just to see all the things Nintendo doesn't want you to see. And, I should keep that in mind, actually, that at some point we will do the Uno Mas Marathon Spectacular. Like when we do a 12-hour or 24-hour stream or something, we'll do like just 12 straight hours of Uno Mas. And it seems like we need to kind of assemble a level list for that ahead of time, otherwise we'll just run out of stuff. But and Fabiotics, you like when levels take their time? Yeah, so do I. I think as a streamer, I'm sometimes under a little bit of additional time pressure because, you know, I do want to be considerate to those of you who wait for a long time and watch very patiently while waiting for your own. But I've always enjoyed lengthier experiences when it comes to platforming, so. And like Zucchini was saying, 3 times... Oh, one nice and slow, one nice and cheesy, one for the world record. Yeah, I mean, that's a very sensible stepwise progression. One thing I very frequently comment on as something I admire a lot about some of the best sort of official, professional platformers is when they are equally satisfying experiences for going fast and going slow. So something like the DKC series, for instance, that really understands how to capture that. I think a lot of Mario games actually do that quite well. It's maybe something we even take for granted about the series, just how well it accommodates both speedy play and exploration-based play. That was a mistake. I get the feeling that we actually have a lot of level after this segment, and I'm just doing much more poorly than usual, but we'll see. I might not be able to get clear, but if I don't, I will definitely continue this. But I do know Donkeyment tends to build long, and that's one of the reasons I actually really appreciate Donkeyment's pacing as a level designer. That everything is kind of thoroughly working out what you can do with the mechanic. So, okay. Okay, let's do this reversal once again to spawn a bullet. Let's not slide too much. Checkpoint? Yeah, okay. We bounce on the B, we bounce to the left and grab the bullet, and we go under. That is how we do it. So. That is really stylish, but you have to be very quick about that bullet so you get on top of the crate. Yeah. And then on top of the bones, 1, 2, and then we're over that. So, yeah, it feels really risky to be sailing so low on this, but once you see it, it's pretty understandable. I feel like I might need an additional wall jump up to the bones there, but we'll see. I can't let them stand apart because you have the two dry bones that are going in opposite directions, and that is what is creating the time pressure there that I need to deal with. No, 1 wall jump, 2 wall jumps if I don't hit that top corner. Now there's a Boo riding a dry bones, and the Boo looks like it's having the time of its life. But we will need to deal with it, won't we? Oops. The first part allows you to stop and analyze things a lot, and the second part is more keep going, yeah. Now that we've hopefully become more familiar with everything here, and of course I can see when my feet are on fire that I'm much too low. You could hear Mario's toes dipping in the lava. That's a really wonderful little detail that he's skimming along. His boots are excellent. His legs, unfortunately, aren't quite enough to hold out against that kind of boiling. Josh Bones, I have also not heard about the Mario Creators podcast. I may have to look into that. That does sound interesting. We'll have to follow up on that afterwards. And Supernova, someone left a comment on your newest level saying maybe put checkpoints. Sounds like somebody didn't reach the checkpoint. I should actually just be doing that wall jump faster. I'm lagging behind a little bit, and the bones are already too far to the right. Hosted by Big Red Boy and Kinkerton, okay. There was one particular Big Red Boy puzzle. I know he normally doesn't design puzzles, but there was one particular puzzle of his I played a while ago that was really quite memorable. Where you would kind of be swapping between the left and right of the level with different switch states. And that one was a lot of fun to work out, even after having played so many puzzles. Wow. Yeah, the explosion animation on the bullet sometimes throws me off when it comes to the wall jump timing immediately after. It's a known weakness. Yeah, it's always that corner up there that I don't tend to account for. Hang on. Okay, let me just see how much I have to deal with after this level. It's a lot. I obviously can't put in quite this amount of time on every level today. we'll have to maybe move at a faster clip, but we will try to stay long enough for everyone. I did start the stream today expecting a longer sitting, so... Okay, so the bones go above the boo. I drop on the bones, I have to wrap around the boo. Whoops. And then we proceed to the bullet that's on the right. It's interesting that there's a sound effect when you drag your feet on the lava. It's kind of like they accounted for that. I wonder, it might not be something that's necessarily responding to your feet though, right? Like does it double up with another sound effect that would just be kind of like a general response to dragging? But that's true, that, you know, that seems like an odd thing to account for specifically. There's only 2 parts to this level, but this whole section is long. Yeah, we'll see if we can push through it, but I'll obviously have to be doing a lot better. I mean, we're covering a lot of ground at a time distance-wise, because that's just the kind of level it is. I need to cut momentum there, wrap around, and then, whoops. That was a mistake. But we got to see the pig noise, which makes that complete. So, Supernova, do you smell bacon? Well, yes you do. Okay, let's remember to actually hit the bullet this time. Okay, forward. Yeah, we need to let up on that jump a bit. We know that from experience. And as expected, the bones do land on something. Stay in a fixed position, or at least stay there long enough for me to land. Here we go. So I think I'm just a little behind pace there. I can do the wall jump a little bit higher, but I just need to outpace the dry bones, perhaps. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, I think I'm pulling back to the right a little too soon. There we go. No, we don't. And yeah, we'll see. If I do need to bail on this earlier, then I don't think it would take me too long to get back to this part on a second sitting, so we'll see if we can make it happen. So yeah, Document, if you need to go anyway, we might suspend this for now so you can make sure you get a level ready for Mother's Day. And I will definitely go back to it, probably on some kind of overflow stream this week. I spent way too long on the first section on stuff that I should have been doing much more efficiently anyway. And yeah, we will push through it. So 0.8 is not that low. And I feel like a lot of it was just kind of learning a few specific elements. And in the second section here, as you were saying, it's just accuracy. So, would be very happy to go back to this one. Let's pass on it for now, and let's get to anybody who still had the patience to stick around all this time. So, Dr. Duck, you are, of course, still here. Yeah, sometimes it actively helps to put down a level for a bit. But Document, thank you so much for staying and for the level. We'll see more of that. Dr. Duck, let me know what we are looking for here. We previously got this one done, but I don't know which letter of the alphabet we're on, so let's play the latest. Okay. This is a very fresh upload, and we're going to look at the entire horse in the Whole Horse Hotel. It's a re-upload, okay. And, oh yes, that's right. I remember this. I didn't remember the title, but I do remember the level. Okay. And then we need to not get bumped, because we need to maintain P-speed. Yeah, D'Artagnan, the whole horse, not even part of the horse. But the whole shebang. Okay, let's let the leaf come out. Donut come out. And we just need to not hit our head on bumpers. So we can all avoid it. I lost speed, okay. We need to do a lot better than that. Nope. I see, I just made contact, okay. It's fine. And Electro Dude, you're saying we're horsing around, don't we usually? Nope. Okay. Ah, yes, we need to avoid the flower. We maintain speed, and then... No, we don't want to avoid the flower. We want to grab the flower and hit the bomb. That's right. I remember this. I'm glad I actually have the ability to do a quick course correction here, in fact. And I'm going to miss. Okay. Yeah, because you need to hit the bomb, and then you need to switch back to a leaf that presumably comes out of the pipe once you remove the obstruction. You can try getting up to those bumpers without flight. You mean from the start? Like, without the leaf, or without flying generally? Yeah, let's take a look here. Hang on. With leaf is fine. Yeah, maybe if I try to float over after this high jump. I don't think so, because you don't have enough horizontal distance to travel to maintain a float even with the leaf. So let's say we lose P-speed for a bit, and... Yeah, no, because you bump into the ceiling pretty quickly, I think. If you can do it, I don't think I would have the technique to do it. Because you would need, like, this kind of forward momentum here. Whoops. Then... Yeah, I don't think I would be able to do it. This level was prime with cheese before. I seem to remember that. Not that we discovered everything or anything, but... There was a bunch of stuff that looked like it was open for exploitation. Okay. Okay, that felt pretty clean. And then, oh, bumped into this guy. It's always a problem. And then, yeah, we continue past this, and then Same idea here. Let me just scout ahead to see what we are dealing with. Yeah, same kind of gate here. We just need to maintain our bounce with the Fire Flower in this location. Or do we? Yeah, we do, because we need to flip that on the right side. I'm just looking at this to see if there's any kind of cheese possibility, but it looks pretty well blocked. You hit the bomb, yeah, because the blocks are going to go instantly. What if you got on top of the munchers as they're falling, though? Like, what if you managed to activate the bomb? Hang on, let's try it. I don't think you can, but let's say you're standing right here. Yeah, no, because it's instant, and so the one-way panels also kind of restrict you quite a bit. Go through the bomb and jump straight up. Let's try it. And yeah, no, the one-ways are the thing that prevent that. That's specifically what the one-ways are correcting for, I think. Because then you just have the Muncher Crush fall below you. Whoops. Yeah. Important level for the Super World design. Oh, in terms of getting the player warmed up on this mechanic, I suppose. Yeah, I like that you have a chance to reverse here if you come up here without a flower. I feel like that's a conversation that we did have previously. Someone did that on the previous version, yeah. That sounds very perceptive of them. Okay. Whoops, I did not expect to whack that. And yeah, that's true, I'm having noticeably less trouble with bumping my head on the bumpers compared to last time. So I know that was a little bit of an issue for me anyway. Like, I can tell that this part was relaxed for sure. Yeah, plenty of time to adjust between power-ups as well, which is nice. Hang on, let's not bump into this from the side. And the level just gradually squeezes you a little bit, which is nice. Whoops. Once again. Yeah, so I see what I'm doing there, that I'm trying to center myself for the power-up coming down, and when I'm centering myself, I go off-center on the wiggler and it dies. That's very much my problem, though. It's pretty avoidable on my part. But it goes to show how much of an unconscious habit it is for me to be centering myself for things like the pipes, even though it's not really necessary to get within range of picking up the flower. Okay, there we go. All right, there we are. Okay. Let's wait for the next leaf. Actually, no, we don't need to wait for it because it will slide down a one-way panel, which is, in fact, pretty good. I quite like that. Yeah, I like the way that the one-way panels not only prevent the cheese there, but also trapped a leaf to make it a little bit more reliable at the very end. Thank you for that. Yeah, the audio has been failing a little bit. Thank you for letting me know about that. Let's do it now. It does need to be fixed. Yeah, it's that time of the stream again. So thanks for alerting me to that, and we will be right back. Just a moment. We'll be back on in just a moment. Let's see if everything boots up properly. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Dr. Duck, thank you for such a long wait. And for the level, of course. And yeah, enjoy the lurk and enjoy your sleep when the time comes. Did I mark that as a win? Let's find out. Puzzle time, excellent. And once again, Zucchini, thank you for waiting as well. Looking forward to a bit of a puzzle break, if that is what is coming. Of course, I need to kind of get back into Maker 2 mode for this after doing Maker 1 puzzles earlier in the week. And being taken by surprise once again by all of the minor mechanical differences. Here, though, it's a Boo Pit level. Can you scare the boos into submission? Let's find out. Okay. Objective is the key door. The stars allow me to kill the boos. I do not know what's holding the key. And I also don't know what the P-switches are going to do for me. So, let's experiment a little bit. It occurs to me that I don't actually know much about some boo ring mechanics when it comes to how we'll handle the key, but okay, P-switch. These pipes do not allow you to go through. Okay, these are just star spawners. I think I need to do some kind of scattering on the boo rings, right? Let me think about this. Because the first thing that I'm thinking about here is what's holding the key and how do we get it? You don't get it by way of just killing all the boos. And I also don't know what the P-switch is affecting. It could be something off-screen that we're dealing with. Let's see here. So let's say I hit that just to see what happens. We don't know what's changed so far. How doesn't seem to be within range of taking anything out. Let's think about this. So possibility 1 is that there's something off screen that I need to deal with. Possibility 2 is that we
don't understand something about the boo ring. It's part of this interaction. Actually, no, you know what? It's entirely possible that you just have the key stashed away somewhere invisibly, but probably wouldn't feel like too much of a solution. We can just kind of check around. I doubt it, though. I'm just saying that that's a thing worth thinking about. Because I'm thinking, like, what's holding the key? It could be a block, it could be... Well, we're not getting it from the boo ring, but... Yeah, I might have to actually look at the overall layout on this, but there's definitely something that I haven't understood about the mechanic yet. We might just be missing something really obvious, but we'll see about that. I mean, the stars and the boos are definitely kind of deliberately misleading here, I think, in that we probably specifically do not want to just kill everything with the stars the way we've been doing. Puzzle solving and technical, you say? Interesting. Yeah, because currently I'm looking at this and thinking, okay, I don't actually know what the P-switches do if pressed, and I don't know what the POW does if activated. It could be potentially something limit-based. I mean, you're constantly going to have the stars spawning, so we know there's no kind of power-up blockage or anything additional that's going to spawn because the spawners have been accounted for. Oh, you know what? Yeah, so let's get in this way. Well, let's get to dead center on the boo ring. Like I said, it kind of occurs to me at this point that I actually know very little about the boo ring mechanics, apart from, like, so they're kind of positioned in the editor in the central position such that they can be dispersed if we do a particular thing. Let's see, because maybe there's some manipulation that I need to do with POW. I'm going to see if I can maybe send the stars down to a different position. Yeah, I wonder if this is like a knowledge thing that I just don't have yet, or if there's a particular interaction that I should be going for. Because I'm looking at this and just thinking, like, what could possibly be holding the key, right? Other than a block. Yeah, there's something about how we're reading this. No, it's just giving me a one-up. Hang on just a moment. Hopefully this is not too cheaty. Okay, what's on top? I'm not going to zoom in right now, but it looks like nothing is built on top. The boo rings are centered in their initial locations. It looks okay. I am not on the controller that has the zoom right now. But yeah, everything is built on the bottom half. There isn't anything hidden up there. Very curious. 11-second clear check, 13-second record. Scare the boos into submission. I feel like we need to do the dispersal, but that... I should also be thinking about positioning them myself somehow. Scare the boos into submission. I guess not. Hang on. Yeah, because I'm trying to find like the kind of center point here. Be relevant. Why would the P switches matter? No. Interesting. Yeah, because if it's not a block or anything, and it's not something just based on killing all the boos, which we've already done to no particular result. And what are we looking at? I mean, yeah, it's kind of like a one-trick level, right? Like there's just one specific thing that we're looking for here that's going to get me out within 11 seconds. We need to figure out what that is. Because the only thing I can think of right now is like some kind of hidden block placement, but there's clearly some kind of edge case interaction with the boos that we should be looking for, and yeah, I guess without spoiling anything, Zucchini, like, is this a kind of like knowledge check, like a glitch knowledge check, or something similar? Or is this something I actually do have enough information to figure out? Like, you don't need to give it away, obviously, but just to have a sense of what I should even be looking for. It is a knowledge check. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And I was thinking that it has to do with something that would set up the boo dispersal, but I don't know if that's a good assumption. We don't really know what to do with the P-switches yet, and that's an important nuance, because no, you might have to give it away if it is just something I don't know, but we'll see, because I do want to see what we can interact with here and play around for at least a little bit. Because I have the stars I can cut through, but yeah, it gets you all through that. Seems like something very specific here. Possibly I can do something to dislodge the P-switches. I'm not sure what, if they're bound in the ceiling like that. 13 seconds. It's not anything off screen. At least I don't think it is. Let's take a look. Because the rooms are built beside each other. But there's nothing on... no, there's a couple of spaces to prevent any loading issues between the two rooms. Like there's a bit of a buffer zone. And the buffer zone is just pure wall, as far as I can tell. You have the doors located there. Yeah, so it's some kind of... item interaction that we haven't necessarily seen yet. Because let's say I take the POW. And... yeah, that's not going to dislodge anything. And doing the centered position here won't do it for me either. And so I'm looking at this and thinking, like, what does the P-switch do that I can't already do? Yeah, you may have to give it away, actually, if it is just a knowledge check that I don't have, because then I'll have to feel very disappointed in myself for not seeing it. Because I normally don't ask for that, but I don't know if that I actually have the information to solve this myself. Or that I can arrive at it through experimentation. If it is something I can arrive at through experimentation, I don't mind trying a little bit longer just to see. Terminator, it does not look like it's an off-screen mechanic. It is not built that way. I feel like it is something to do with the Boo Ring dispersal logic. But that... I don't actually know how to kind of trigger that with my own setup here. Because normally you're thinking about things like, you know... yeah, it looks like the boos are kind of placed directly in a certain location. But I'm thinking about how, for instance, like if you know how Boo Rings behave in things like clown cars, where if you drop into the clown car, the Boo Ring just kind of expands. Boo Ring's P-switches in a star are a misdirection. Solution involves the POW and without blowing it up. Okay, that makes sense. But then I would still need a key, right? Like I should then think about using the POW to get a key that I otherwise would not be able to. And... Terminator, that suggestion there, I don't see what that would do given that we're at the start of the layout, apart from just losing access to the POW. Well, let's kind of work our way backwards from that. If this stuff is a distraction, then I would be thinking about something I can do with the POW. Terminator, it's... I doubt it's going to be something that's a limit-based mechanic because these pipes are already accounted for as spawners. And I don't see anything off-screen that, once released, would pop and give me a key. The solution involves the POW, and
Let's see here. Oh, screen mechanic. Let's take a look once again. I know I'm consulting this quite a lot more than usual, but yeah, we've got 2 boo rings kind of placed in their respective boxes. I'm also looking at the previous screen for the right side room in case there's anything that's relevant to us there. I don't think so. So we need to think about like how we can convert the POW into a key. Yeah, I can see why this would be worth trying, just because it's one of the only things that you can really even do with the POW, but so basically it's safe to just clear the boo rings, right? Just to confirm this, it shouldn't affect the solution to just wreck everything. If I understand it correctly. Doesn't change the fact that we still need a key, though, and we just don't have one. However, what have we not interacted with? It could be that POW gets you into a certain location that allows you to hit an invisible block that you otherwise would not be able to reach. Like, that's able to tuck you into some kind of slot that we might not be able to get into otherwise. Wouldn't be something like the spot between the pipes. I don't see how we would do it. But it might be something like... But if you do hit a block to release the key, you need to be in a spot that allows you to get back out afterwards. That's... going to be tricky. Like, because I'm thinking, you know, if you kind of tuck yourself with a POW... and get yourself to a certain location. Maybe there are blocks that we can reach that we otherwise would not have been able to hit, that are tucked into a given location, but... And you're saying yes, yeah. So I'm just wondering what that location would be, because I'm thinking that it would be something that looks like this, but you need to get back out, fundamentally, right? Like, you need to... Yeah, it could be kind of something... sorry, you said yes to destroying the boo rings, as in it's okay to destroy the boo rings. Okay. If I understand that correctly. So the question, first of all, is why would we not need to not destroy POW? Because... POW over here. And I'm pretty sure I didn't see anything else relevant that we could interact with. Yeah, the slopes are the main thing that look suspicious, but... like I said, we do need to get out afterwards, and so... like, is this some kind of, is this something that qualifies as a glitch mechanic in some ways? Like, is it something that would be kind of, like, very non-standard in terms of clipping through a slope. Because the thing is, I have seen like things like slope teleport glitches before that I managed to reproduce in some other levels, but actually I'm thinking of this boomerang level I did a while ago that, yeah, the solution is hidden in a tile. I would expect so. Like, the only thing that I can think of is that you need to hit a certain tile, and that it would be a tile that would be unreachable without the POW, which makes me think that it's the POW collision that allows you to get into a certain spot. Which is why I was thinking of tiles like this, or like this, where, you know, if you're able to kind of tuck yourself in, but then push yourself out of there afterwards. It's not a Kaizo block, okay. That's interesting. Whoops. Oh, so it's some kind of overlap then. Like an overlap with a slope collision or something that... Yeah, if it's not something invisible, then it would have to be something like... a spot that's disguised by, you know, some kind of precision collision almost. And it would be something that's kind of hiding the key completely, such that it's invisible. Yeah, I don't see it, I don't think. Like, I don't know if it's something that I would actually be able to do with my own resources, but it's gotta be some kind of slope jank though, right? Like with the kind of constraints that you specified. Or it's something like, no, it wouldn't be off the layout, obviously. I wouldn't be able to kind of try to push out or anything. Let me take a look once again. I mean, obviously, like, I haven't really been able to zoom in here, but the... Oh, like there's a stretch boo that you need to crush with the POW? Is that what you're saying? Like, yeah, Terminator, I actually totally did not see that. If there's a stretch boo that's kind of popping up and down that you can just crush with the drop, that would actually make a lot of sense. I didn't see that at all. But then wouldn't that be something that would be killable by the star? Like, why wouldn't it be killable by the star? On top of the tile on the left P-switch, really? Oh, you mean... I don't see that at all, actually. Like... You mean... Because why would it not be vulnerable to just a star collision from me, then, if it's... Oh, unless Terminator, you're just doing that through level viewer instead of actually... It's there but hidden with the overlap, okay. So I would for some reason need to do it with the POW Crush. And it's also a timed element, right? Like, it would only be coming up and down. I don't see it at all. Like it's completely hidden. It's not visible. But oops. Like a POW crush would be the way to do it, but yeah, no, I mean, I don't see that remotely. Like, if you hadn't told me that, I don't think there's any way I would have been able to find it. The Boo Ring hides it completely. The only way to find it is in the editor, huh? You're saying the Boo Ring hides it? That's interesting. So, how does that even work? If it's tucked in under the slope? Let's see. Like, we need a drop, but I don't see the timing on a drop, so... Not be up here, right? Yeah, because I can't actually see it at all. Like, I don't think I can find out how the drop is supposed to work. Whoops. So what is the method for it then? Like, if you don't mind giving it away, because I don't think it's something that I can actually kind of. I don't think I have the information to sort of figure it out myself, since there's no visibility on it, right? Place the plow directly beside the left pipe. I thought I tried that. You made it pop out. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Why would it do that, though? Because is it because it would technically be kind of circling around this location until this bit is... Oh, no, I see. Because it would navigate through the POW, right? Like, it would be able to... like, internally what it's doing is it's circling around the POW. I understand that. He switches so it doesn't pop out the other side. I see, okay. But then what happens if you do this without hitting the P-switch then? It's... Oh. And of course we can just grab it to start at this point. We don't need to kill it with the POW crush necessarily. It is, in fact, a lot better to do it this way. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the only sort of one tile slot that you could tuck this into here. So if you kind of have a sense of this solution being a possibility, then that's the natural place to check. And as you can see earlier, I was starting to check it. I just didn't quite know how the interaction was going to work. So I'm reasonably satisfied with what I managed to do here. And yeah, Josh Bones, thanks for coming by. Sorry we didn't come even close to getting to you today. But I hope to catch up on more of yours with good time. This is an interesting concept. Let me try it with the P-switch intact, just to see what happens. We'll grab the stars first, obviously. It only works in a steep slope, and a lineup is almost impossible without a wall of some sort. Yeah, it's definitely not a specific interaction I would have known, because I would have thought like that you could just do some kind of other crush. Yeah, because I was thinking 11 seconds, like it has to be something to do with the POW collision, but I mean, one of the things about this is that I think generally, like, both the boo ring and stretch boo mechanics are not well known in the game. I've seen them often enough, but it's actually tricky to work out. And so I don't think I really had the information to, you know, actually figure out in the context of this level where there's plenty of distraction around. But I feel like that's another mechanic that, like, could probably be expanded into something that is kind of more overtly playable. Like, I think there's a lot of potential in it that hasn't really been in my repertoire of solutions. So anyway, yeah, thanks for that. I totally did not figure that out by myself, but we do what we can. Darth Zane, if you are still here. Our massive list today. World 1-1, the adventure begins. A looming cloud approaches in the distance. Very fresh upload. Thank you for offering me the first clear. And especially for waiting through all of that to see a 1-1 being played. Nice to have a bit of a traditional break, in fact. Okay, moles all over the place. Whoops. Thought it was going to be so fancy with that guy. I actually do want to check this block. Nothing. Okay. Let's check the upper pipe as well. There we go. That was very strongly implied, so... Okay. Not much to go on there. I don't know if I... Whoops. Missed something, but... We're going to die to 1-1, which is... maybe... not the proudest moment we've had here today. Whoops. Okay, down we go. And... yeah, just need to maintain some momentum there and get off the edge. Okay, moles everywhere. Let's do this the fancy way and just let the spike ball do its job. Much better. No, I keep doing that. That's very unwise. Also, the on-off switch down below, I don't know if we have already passed a point at which that can be activated, but we'll take a look at that and see. Okay, let's actually send this up this time so we can get rid of the spike and stylishly bounce on top of the wall, and not so stylishly lose the mushroom immediately. Yeah, this is just momentum segment. Maybe that third slide there is beyond the scope of the tuning of everything leading up to that point. Like, it does feel like... I mean, it's obviously doable and trivially so, but I think would come as a surprise relative to the difficulty up to that point. But we'll see. I just need to get off the edge cleanly and... What's the most creative revision of 1-1 I've seen? Oh, I don't know. There's like you mean in the original SMP1 layout? In terms of any kind of twist on it? I'm guessing you don't just mean any first level in any super world. Which tends to, whoops, follow a lot of these principles of the Crashland theme and such. The Terminator, I will have to think about that, because most of the examples I can think of are fairly trollish. Yeah, there have been a couple of concepts like, you know, trying to maintain the original don't look left or don't go left condition, or doing the level backwards, or a couple of other things that kind of incorporate it into a larger Mario series reference. But, whoops, sailing right off the edge now. Sound is glitching out again. Yeah, thanks for letting me know about that. I didn't realize that it was, again, being an issue, so let's try to do it. The audio has been mostly cooperative today, but not perfect. Okay, we should be able to continue from here. Yeah, do continue to let me know if it's glitching out again. It's something that does require a hardware solution at some point, so... one that I've been putting off for way too long. Well... yeah, no, that's the issue. Okay, no, that time the collision with the Koopa threw me off a little bit, that's all. I should actually just position it so I can get a nice big jump over it, instead of trying to do the slide every time, but... we'll see, I just obviously need to take it closer to the edge. Yeah, see, not a big deal. Maybe tighter than I would expect for a 1-1, as I said, but not a big deal. And we'll just watch our heads here. Okay, on-off state. Yeah, because there was the on-off state so much earlier that we saw. Turn everything back on, and maybe we just need to go fast before the crush. That... or have some kind of P-switch activation that will take out the column. I feel like it is going to be... I mean, you can also take a shell up to that point if you really wanted. Except that would have precluded you from doing the slide, so I think we just need to sneak under and we'll try it. We're right at checkpoint. That's worth trying. And yeah, this just traps you in the gate, and you have a couple of cloud stacks over here. Whoa, that was a bad idea. We shouldn't have done a spin. That was a very, very bad idea, in fact. I think the level is designed in such a way that it is actually trying to encourage you to do the spin on the spiny if you can, and then kind of trap you that way. We can always just not take the mushroom, of course, if we really wanted to. be fancy about it. Because without the mushroom, it's not so much of an issue. But you do need to get up high in order to kill one or both Atlactus, I think, in order to get the key. So we will have to take that risk at some point. So we're going to try it without the mushroom for the time being. And we're going to try to get over the blaster gates on either side. Or do an up throw on the bomb. That would have been helpful as well. There we go. That wasn't so bad. Can I get on the cloud? That was a bad idea. I was hoping that I could get on the cloud because it seemed like there was something else I could access in the upstairs. Next time we're doing that without the mushroom, though. Okay. There we go. No, not quite. I don't think I can, then. Or if I do, I would need a lot more momentum, and yeah, the cloud is going to expire anyway, so. A lot of up arrows there. Probably telling me to scroll up to get everything on camera. Okay. The timing on the bomb is quite nice, though, in terms of the return timing actually consistently whacking the enemies up top. Nope. Spoke too soon, obviously. And yeah, we're not doing that with the bomb detonation, we're actually just doing it with the bomb positioning. Okay, that's fine. Let's grab one of these. Let's assume the clouds are not going to cooperate. Interestingly enough, if you go back, well, you'd have to deal with them again, obviously, but... Oops. Here's what we're going to do. Okay. There we go. I just wanted to see if I could do it. And we did, so I did kind of skip a section at the end there. If you're really keen on preventing that, of course, you can just make that a one-way door entry instead of having the player pop back into the boss fight. But I honestly don't mind that. I don't think it's a problem to leave that in. Even if we did skip something, it was a fairly satisfying thing to do, so. Let's mark that as a win. Thank you once again for first clear. Yeah, you left it there, and it's a satisfying thing to do. It's risky, it pays off in a fancy way. No issues. Doesn't really break anything critical. Koopa T, if you're still here. Totally understandable if we've had a lot of ditching at this point, just given how long I've stayed on. I do see Koopa T in the lurk list, so usually my policy is that I'll bump people back one spot and give them a second chance. So we'll just continue to swap around a little bit until we get through more of the list. The list is looking more realistic now that it's shrinking. Astroy, if you're still here, we'll call you in first. And you are, so. Be aware that with the queue and the stream time in its current state, I may not be able to stay as long on this one as on that Meowser fight the other day. Oh, okay, this is just the maker code, so. Yeah, I would say let's not do something too punishing today just as a matter of time, but like anything that you find mechanically interesting that you want to show me, feel free to pick one. And, you know, even if I don't beat a level, obviously, like, if we see an interesting concept that's still cool to play through, that's still fine. You know, that's perfectly okay, so. Alright, let's do Super World. 40 levels, last updated February. And yeah, like I said, my usual policy is we'll do at least one level the normal way, and if things are really quick, we'll do a few in sequence. And I usually stop continuing levels if we're already past like the 15-minute mark or so, but... Okay, we need to beat Bowser. This is going to be the classic Bowser fight. Except he's going to fly extra low to make things easy on us. And yeah, let's defeat one Bowser. Well, a lot of death markers here assuring me that we're not alone in failing at this very simple task. I actually want to give him a little bit more height initially, so he doesn't come in quite so low. And doing the up throw is actually better, not just because it was the classic way of doing it, but because it's safer for me to avoid the horizontal shots. Whoops. I feel like hitting him with the bomb is not as damaging as the explosion though, right? If I recall correctly. But I don't remember the damage numbers off the top of my head. But ideally I want to get him by detonation, right? Instead of just beating him every time. But of course, beating him every time is reliable, so... just do it in whichever way makes sense. Whoops. Unfortunately, Princess Peach will not be hopping out of the car to give me a power-up. At least not this time. Okay, he's coming quite low. Let's bump him up. He's gonna swing down towards me. And yeah, we'll at least see what's next. This is nice and quick. And yeah, I could tell from the clear condition it's just this one fellow here. So, let's keep going. Let's see what we can do as things escalate slightly. Versus Meowser. And 10 coin there is going to give us a little bit of help. Oh, I see. Bomb on the left. Yeah, we'll just bomb him. I don't know if there's a particular reason that you're not constraining the platform, like whether it's to give the player more flexibility to... I mean, you can't really knock down Meowser off the edge or into something because he gets into flight form, right? Yeah, in general, I'm just very fixated on things like camera tidiness, so that's okay. We'll just try to do a simple fight. Get this done step by step. Players go downhill fast in Super Worlds, yeah, but that's partly because they like, you don't have a lot of people necessarily stopping in the middle if they are progressing at a gentle pace, right? Like, you see an uptick again in later worlds, I think, because people aren't just going to stop and save at 1-2 or 1-3 if they're not necessarily roadblocked. I think there's a big disparity between people who bail on first level and people who actually see it through all the way. And I do think the numbers kind of reflect that as you get near the end. Luca, welcome. And yeah, you got 40 levels. I would expect that there's a big difficulty progression to it. For sure. I get the feeling that these Super World play statistics for how many people are in each level didn't turn out to be as useful as Nintendo had hoped. Oh, whoops. That's a location we should watch out for. Zucchini, that's an interesting concept, that like a super world clear check would make a certain amount of difference because of checkpoint difficulty, perhaps. But on the other hand, it's not like the super world clears are, whoops, mattering a great deal to people anyhow. But it is true that the kind of difference in terms of clearing from checkpoint is potentially an issue, because like what happens if you, I mean, the minimum is 5 lives, right? So it's not actually going to be too much of a problem, because I'm thinking about things like troll concepts that would have mandatory deaths, for instance, where let's say you have a level that has mandatory deaths and you set the life bank to the minimum. I don't remember if it's 3 or 5 or something else. I mean, from the maker's perspective, you would still have a dev exit available because you would have needed it for the original clear check in the first place. But that would be an idea of how to set up a super world such that from the player's perspective it would be unclearable. Right? Like if you have a number of lives that you would burn through simply because of like mandatory troll deaths, if that makes any sense. Right? Let's keep going. Let's see some more fights. Yeah. Kind of like a tutorial segment so far. We'll just start simple and do some basic patterns in each style, perhaps. At the current pace, we'll probably be able to just get through this World 1, and then we'll move on from there. But then we'll have a nice continuation point for next time. And so yeah, you do actually need to get in fairly close, especially because the bombs ignites fairly early. And I also need to not get trapped on the other side. If I do get trapped, there's a very strong possibility that I will not have access to bombs while I... Not that I'm trying, but I'm kind of wondering if it's theoretically all that beatable if you get trapped on the right side of the one-way panel. Because if you do so, you would need a sufficient number of bombs to walk over without having been ignited by Bowser Fire. If I understand this correctly. Oops. Let's not hang on to it all day. Definitely missing the bomb chew roll here. Can't get trapped, yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's still beatable, it's just that obviously you'd have a few bombs be inaccessible if they're ignited early. And yeah, no, I see that there's a reset door as well, just dangling in the middle of the space. Okay. Let's. Oh, nope. Like I said. It's okay. So the reset door is actually not the thing that's relevant to us here. What is relevant is the fact that we can... Well, it's not even a reset door, is it? That's an entry door. That was the entry door from the previous area, but that's okay. You can go back and have a nice wide play space. Yeah.
Oh no!
So yeah, let's just try it without getting blown up. Yeah, given Bowser's health pool, I think there's always a risk of just the repetition becoming a little monotonous. I know the point is consistency, but like the fights that use Big Bowser, I find often really need some kind of phase change or something to break things up. And of course, this is just, you know, the World 1 tutorial fight, so it's not too big a deal, but... It's kind of nice, though, that you do have the one-way panels working as a spacing tool here. I wonder if there was any point to bringing a bomb with me to the next room, and there is not. So,
Okay, Mario time!
let's do one more. We have time to do at least one more, I think. Since we're at the castle anyway, and we'll finish World 1. I'm assuming that... Oh, okay, one more level and then the castle. We'll see if we can do both, but we'll definitely do at least one. Okay, this just shells this time, and we need to be careful if he jumps, because I don't want a shell to... no, actually, it'll be trapped on the right side of the one-way panel, so... Well, let's just wait. There we go. Oh, except for the timer. Yeah, that's right. So you can't afford to miss a shot because the timer is going to enforce a few things. So yeah, there's no point in trying to time the shell. If it goes under Bowser, it will bounce back and forth over there anyway. So this is what happens when you just don't pay attention to the clock on loading in. Yeah, I guess the spacing here would be tuned around that expectation as well, trying to shave that a little too tightly. Now I do need to give the Koopas a little room to spawn here. It's just 7 hits as usual, I think. Yes, 7 by 3 gives you 21 points of damage on a 20-point health pool, right? Because we've seen enough Bowser shell fights in the past to understand that that's how it goes. Okay, we'll do the last one here, and then we'll wrap up and move to the next submission. Yeah, interesting progression so far, just swapping between the different game styles. Starts out a little bit bare bones, but we'll see what happens with the final boss at your front door, and whether we run into anything a little more elaborate. So this is interesting that we have this water segment here that actually reminds me of certain fights in Yoshi's Island. Not that he's going to be dipping down to the water himself. Whoops. Yeah, the quad bomb is a nice touch here. The water, of course, allows the bombs to disperse safely, and also allows me to kind of duck out below if needed. For some reason, I need to get to safety. So, yeah, for something simple, this is actually a pretty interesting layout to work with for this. But we'll need to hit him quite a few times. Okay. Let's see here. Whoops. That was meant to be... It's SMB3, so I don't know why I keep thinking in my head that I'll up throw when there's clearly no point to doing so. Yeah, and we should not try to take multiple bombs per cycle, I think. That is probably unwise. It's going to be a lot of bombs to get through, though. But... Oh. Nope. Getting a little bit closer for that shot. We'll see. I mean, part of it is that his health pool is pretty huge. So, need a fair amount of consistency here. Not really counting my shots, I probably should. Let's not get bumped by the clown car. Sometimes I just need to understand when I should play defensively. I have to wonder though, why would the clear condition be necessary if you could have him hold a key for the key door anyway? I mean, it doesn't take anything away or detract or anything, so it's just there kind of for clarity that this is all there is to the level, perhaps. But technically speaking, you don't actually need it. Unless there's some kind of cheese prevention that you're doing, like, you know... No, because you can't get the key without killing him in the first place, I don't think. I don't see a way to do it. Yeah. Rather like how the recovery pit in the water works, as I say. And yeah, I know it's 14 hits against him. It's a surprisingly long road to get there. I was trying to swim out of the way, I was just not fast enough. Yeah, I can see that there's a bit of signaling value for it, for sure. If, like I said, it doesn't do anything to change the level anyway. It's like literally there for clarity. Let's see here. It'll be tricky to get in a position for this. Whoops. Avoid a weird free key glitch, rather. Not exactly sure what you would have in mind, but let's I'm not really up to speed on the glitch hunting. Okay, let's get out. Nope, need to get out. So we're on 300 seconds. It's going to be fairly relaxing, but I also can't just take forever. That'll roughly come down to about like 20 seconds per hit, which is plenty of time, you would think. But not if we have a lot of misses. Oh, well. Yeah, it's definitely risky here to try to approach him. I should actually approach him slightly below, so I'm below his firing line, but still within range to hit. Nope. Let me get out. Nope, too low. Someone got a key that wasn't part of the level for entering and re-entering the door. Interesting. Whoops. Let's pay attention here. Oh, game over, okay. We'll stick with it just a little longer. Back when I was originally doing Super Worlds, I actually did bail on game over to keep things interesting, but we'll get back in here and see what we can do. Well, no, I should, once again, remember not to try to do multiple bombs per cycle unless I am absolutely sure that will happen. Yeah, no, it should actually be fire and avoid. That should be the pattern. Okay. Hang on, a lot of misses here. That timer is starting to look concerning all of a sudden. Yeah, very much a consistency check, but I do like that the movement in this fight is actually pretty dynamic given the layout and given the fact that I do need to kind of put myself at risk to fire at him, which... Oh, whoops. There we go. Yeah, I don't think something like that key glitch is really too much of a concern. I mean, otherwise, everybody who designs something with keys bound to enemies would have to contend with it, right? That seems to be a bit of an unreasonable thing to expect. But anyway, we'll see here. 14 hits is really not that much. You would think that this would come together more cleanly, but we have actually not made it too far. 2, 3. Nope, let's get out. Nope. Now and then the height's just not going to work. Going under and around him and kind of flanking him in the back is actually a nice way to approach this. This is not going to go. And also that the clown car is close enough to sort of stomp you to either side. Whoa. Too long. Is sound dead again? I think it is. One moment. Yeah, sorry about all the glitchiness. We'll try to get that sorted out. Yeah, in general, I probably don't want to be facing towards him in case the clown car bobs up and down at just the wrong time. But I also don't want to be spending too long holding the bombs, right? So let's try this. Oops. Alright. There we go, finally got a hit. Took way too long. I was already at 260 on the clock. Okay, it's a little bit cleaner. So let this drop. And let's just get out of range. There we go. Starting to work a little bit better here. Occasionally a little bit far when I climb back onto the top level, of course, but we'll see what we do. Yeah, I do know that it's currently my personal best. Just need to get the hang of it. And be extra cautious once we've seen a few of the possibilities for failing. And know what we need to be paranoid about. Okay, we need to be paranoid about this. Thankfully, everything dispersed in just the right direction for me to not deal with it. I nearly ran into that other bomb from the side. Yeah, that was way too close. Not doing the cycle. We have a bit of extra time from some good hits, so let's do it. There we go. Actually went really efficiently. Of course we're going to sail around just to see. Yeah, a lot to like about that arena. That felt a lot more kind of custom tailored to the needs of the fight than the other ones. Because it's one of those things where like the shape of the layout itself is introducing enough variety to keep the fight interesting, right? So you're not just kind of repeating the pattern. Anyway, thanks for World 1. Let's mark that as a win for now, and let's see what's next. And next time we'll be glad to continue with World 2. Okay, second and last check for Koopa T. May still be lurking, but I'll be bumping him out in just a moment. Next after that is going to be Terminator. Like I said, I do intend to get through Q. Did I misread that? E58 VFS YFS. YFS. There we go. This is an old re-upload. Yeah, I remember playing the original of this. We'll try to get through it again. I do remember that this was quite a notable level when I played it initially. Give me just a minute because we need to kind of load up on water since I still obviously have quite a bit of streaming ahead of me, so I'll be back very shortly. Okay, get ready, bro. Big Hoon is coming soon. Ride that wave, dude. So this was re-uploaded back in 2021, but that's because that was after I tested one of the first uploads, I believe. Let's get on that shell quickly. Yeah, because I remember there were some things that probably could be polished off with the timing. Let's make sure we get on that shell accurately. It's a spawning location that's closer to the launch point than you typically expect, so. And then, yeah, we need to actually get on top of that. And get out without getting too trapped on the ball. Yes, and we need to go over. Barely understandable. And thank you for the follow from Nintendo as I look over at my notifications and wipe out spectacularly in the process. Okay. There we go. Oh no, that was a bit of a mistake. And yeah, I did want to block that blaster with the on-off switch because otherwise I believe that eradicates the shell. So yeah, Nintendo Pad, hope you're doing well. Let's make it over, and then whoops, nope. You're doing well and just stuck again, okay. Stuck in a particular respect. Okay, that was much higher than I wanted to bounce. I want a fairly low bounce so I can stay within camera range of the shell down below. Okay. Now let's... I was just saying that I needed to bounce low on that. Stuck as in no inspiration on what to build for this traditional ice cavern, I see. Oh, is it for something like a Super World project, or were you insisting on ice for other reasons? Nope. I probably should follow the coins to get around the fire pattern there, but... St. Linus, what is the time now in my world? Time for Mario Maker. Okay. Yeah, the coins here are just off-center enough that I don't know if they're actually that helpful if they're actively throwing me off. But obviously, we'll just need to watch the fire pattern and work around it. The coins are telling me to kind of diverge a little bit to get around the fire, but I think it's easier to just watch the fire and not watch the coins. Let's keep going. I probably needed that helmet, but we'll do this anyway. Chain Chomp RNG is going to be spectacular. And Lattice, you're saying real world time. I should actually check my clock. I'd almost prefer it remains a mystery. Yeah, let's not do that. That's okay, we'll continue. The chomp worries me a little bit simply because there will be a bit of a random element to its lunge, since that isn't being constrained by a spring or something. Terminator, I'm sure by now that you know the sideways trampoline techniques to kind of force a starting direction for Chomp. Not that you had budget for it here, but something to keep in mind for future consistency purposes. Or for other forms of gimmickry. Yeah, no, this thing, it's not actually just the coins, it's that the red block looks a little bit weird as a landing location. I should maybe just jump over that directly instead of trying to land. Like, the fire is there to kind of maybe give Blaster some extra coverage. I don't know, I haven't looked at it carefully. Yeah, just jump over it. Just jump over it. That's so much better. But yeah, there are a few things you can do to force chomp behavior if consistency is ever an issue. Yeah, I see what's happening now. That, like, I was kind of instinctively going a little bit tight against that blaster because of the coin trail, when the intuitive thing to do was to just jump it completely. Same with the bumper here, in fact. No need to do the extra bounce if we can avoid it. I should, however, probably use that ball if I can. The timing on the Lemmy balls is going to be consistent because of his placement on the track, I think. Okay. Nope. Fell off once again. As we so often do with shell landings. And you can duck it back in a shell to kill the chomp. Oh, with the helmet, yeah. I guess so, because it would be chomping a little above your position. Whoops. Oh. Okay, let's try it again. Get a nice clean landing if we can. Avoided both of those things, which is good. Whoa, no, didn't see what was going on here. Yeah, there is a damage check. Because I'm looking at those bumpers and thinking, why? I guess it's just to make Lemmy inaccessible while giving me a low ceiling that I can't jump on top of. Yeah, no, that we hit that way too late. And there is a damage check, as we know now, so I do need to keep the helmet. Okay. Okay, that works. That also works. And then that's going to peel, and then we hold up into this door here. Drops to a checkpoint, and then big wave. And so we do need to run this in order for the wave to spawn properly. And then I need to get on top of the shell in that location when the arrows want me to do a particular loop. And it'll be difficult to catch, but we'll try it. Okay, I need to drop down a little sooner. Probably catch the shell in that location. Like the surfboard pro that we are. Ride the shell. That was not riding, that was wearing. If you've ever tried to put a surfboard on your head, you know precisely how well that feels. Okay. There we go. And it kind of centers you too. It nudges you into position. Hopefully we don't need to make too many micro adjustments. We made too many micro adjustments. Yeah, so I should actually just sit on the shell at that point, not mess around with it too much. After the level lines me up, I should just stand still. Because even a little nudge to the left or the right could throw you off there, so... Yeah, this is neat though. This is definitely a sequence I remember. This... Oh. But just getting on that shell initially without being bumped by the wave is kind of important. And you're recommending that I face kind of towards the front of the shell? Yeah, I need to land that way anyway. But then it seems like the level just kind of naturally lines me up from there, so... It's hard to catch it, but once we do, it should be a relatively smooth ride. Whoops. Yep, let's keep going. There we are. And the shell is going to disperse. Do I get a chance to catch it, though? No, I think it's just gone. That's too bad. Because it would have let me probably take the lower level down there. Yeah, I was standing in front of the shell that time, but it seems like I kind of dislodged it, so... Just by the very nature of this idea, it can be a little finicky to set up just right. I wonder if there's a way to
kind of cheese this slightly. I'm going to take this at lower speed. Watch this. No, that actually makes things quite a bit worse. Yeah, no, it's not designed to work that way. You do kind of need to play it as intended. Otherwise, nothing white comes together. Alright, let's launch the wave. Yeah, because otherwise the shell just falls through. If it's... Whoops. Made unavailable like that. Let's... Try it again. Nope, still missing that. Partly because I'm correcting for some of my own forward momentum. There we go. That seems comfortable, almost. Oh yeah. I probably shouldn't have messed with that. Given that we did get on initially. I wonder if the landing zone for that is actually a little bit tight. Because you have to hit that one landing very accurately. I mean, it makes a significant chunk of the level, so it's kind of understandable that that would be a little bit tricky, but there's very little opportunity to course correct if you're aiming even just a little bit off the intended target. There we go. Let's stand still. Let the level do its thing. I'm just not going to mess with this. Serves up. And that's going to line me up. We'll just do the cutscene here. There we go. Let's not mess with that either. That looks like it was dangerous. Surf Legend. So we see a checkpoint and then proof that I am indeed a surf legend. Yeah, I suppose the bottom exit was just a bottom path. Anyway, thank you for that, Terminator. When that comes together, it really does come together. As long as you understand that, you know, you have this really narrow margin for landing on a shell in the first place, and that standing still is pretty much the only sensible thing to do. Green Heroes. If you would like to check in. I do see Green Heroes still hanging about. An old secret. This is a new level with an old secret. I do not see a music tag on this for once. So who knows what we are in for this time. It looks like the kind of Riddler question mark, doesn't it? The big green curlicue there. 3 minutes from Sojo. Let's see how we do in comparison. Old secret. Really? Oh. Okay. Let's bop this thing too, just to check it. In 10, Pat, you'd think you'll have some brunch and go live afterwards. Yeah, we'll keep our eyes out for you. And Thanks for dropping by, and we'll wish you good luck with inspiration on that level that you've been jammed with. It is music. I probably shouldn't have taken that. Let's see. Thank you so much for the follow. Let's try this again. Why did I want this vine in the first place? I was just taking it. No particular reason. Oh, because of the 30 coin. Yeah, this little interaction is kind of fun. As you can see, there's a checkpoint there because there will be the classic Green Hero state switch for the second part of this. Yeah. Oh. I can just let the icicle hit that block. I don't need to hit that block myself. Whoops. Don't know why I had the bit of hesitation there with Wendy, but... let's go. Yeah, once again, we can just kind of slide under the icicles and then come back out. No, we can't, because of that block. Also, there are a few pink coins here that I've now noticed in the layout that I haven't really been diligent about collecting, so we'll see if we can do that. Let's wait for the block to come out first. Yeah, because there is an optional path. Or optional series of collectibles, rather. Yeah, spike ball. Okay, so you do need to hit that. And it is possible to go under Morton, which I think we did previously. Might even be preferable to do it that way. Oh no, you just need to climb up the vine. There we go. No, we actually need to hit the block. That's something we should not forget. Anyway, down we go. Let's hit the block. Oh, I see. Okay. So, if it dunks the spike ball down below, then it's going to open up the block down below, and that makes the coin actually a little more accessible, given that I can jump into it directly, perhaps. I don't miss the coin, that's okay. But if I'm doing the coin that way, I am slowing down into it a little bit, so it's possible that's not ideal, and I should be going up top instead. But yeah, I've just back out a little bit and let the spike ball do its thing. It can hit down below. I missed the jump. And here's another coin that we will completely miss. Missed that coin as well. So yeah, we're kind of nowhere close to getting the secret objective. Because at this point, you're expected to have 3 coins. Oh, yeah, and I need to climb it. Slip through here. And the track develops. And oh, there's a hard block underneath that coin over there that we didn't make any use of. So yeah, not the proudest run as far as coin collection is concerned, but the same kind of two-way branch there as before, with the icicles being able to send spike ball up or down. We'll go up, as that's how we play, apparently. No, that was right in the face. Not much of an opportunity there, I don't think, unless we just jumped out of that earlier. Let's not get too visually confused by some of the one-way panels. I either missed an opportunity to go up top. Whoops. Yeah, because half the time I'm just kind of looking over my surroundings in the level rather than watching my own position. Even though we're not likely to do coin collection on this run. Oh, I was hoping for another bounce on that POW, I guess not. Okay, that's gonna drop me out. Very unkind of Boom Boom there to treat us quite like that. Okay, that's nice. Managed to get up top for the 30 coin, and now what do? We can continue as before. We cannot continue up there because it's ground blocks. And indeed, that bit of slowdown is enough to kill that run. And just from lack of open space to dodge into. Alright. Yeah, we've seen it. Let's not get dragged by the slopes too much. Oh, there's another coin block up there. We've been missing every single one. And yeah, Atlantis, don't know how many of Green Heroes levels you've seen in the past, but a lot of them have this state switch extension of the music. So you often get like 4 different music loops, 4 different phases of music loop that you can play with. And notice that if the on-off switch were altered, that would have opened up the coin that is over the hard block. Also notice that there was a coin tucked under that Lemmy over there. So yeah, it takes a run just to see where things are located, I think, but let's grab the hat and then continue. Oh yes, the reason you grab the hat is because it enforces the start timing of the scrolling segment after ensuring that the spiny head is already in place, so it's kind of a nice touch. Come on, let me through. There we go. Anyway, let's not stall for too long this time. I totally didn't make use of that hard block thing I was talking about earlier. Okay, we're going to go through another hub and Master Sword, interesting. Oh, we're going to miss it. Yeah, obviously we've only seen a fraction of this level given that I've been missing the coins and missing so much else. Master Sword over here, yeah. Okay, we'll take this up top. Once again, missing that coin. I don't know if I need the star for the perhaps. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that's okay. That just gets me over to another pipe. It's quite the maze. So much of it is music setup space, and I'm going to fall in here, and yeah, that allows me to fall in the middle here. At least I believe it should. Oh, flagpole, okay. I was trying to smash that. But there's no need, because the flagpole was buried right there. So yeah, obviously we only managed to see a fraction of this, given that we spotted a lot of coins visually and didn't come close to getting them, but we can maybe save that for another run, so thank you for that one, Green Heroes. It's a pleasure to listen to one of those, and hopefully the audio was as functional as the level deserved. Supernova, if you're still here. I think I actually didn't realize that Supernova had come back to the queue for seconds, but I believe Supernova might have dipped, so let's move on, because yeah, it'll be Meng and then it'll be Fabiotics. We've played one Supernova already, and I believe he's out, so let's call in Meng. And then, yeah, it'll be Meng, Fabiotics, and that'll be the stream. Okay. 69 YMM, Pow Pow 69. I assume this is what we'll be doing. The game won't let you place a checkpoint. Must be some kind of bug. We say as I look at that clear condition in the top right, that I'm sure is going to ask me to collect all 69 coins. Oh, this is perfect. Look at the clear rate. Look at the clear rate. Yeah. I see you noticed that at the same time. Yeah. Absolutely perfect. I mean, now nobody can play this, right? Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to retain that clear rate precisely. Oh, hit 69 POW blocks. Okay. So my guess was not completely correct. Hang on, we do need to, of course, hit the top one first, but let me just see what else we're dealing with here. That yellow pipe in front looks suspicious. Hang on. Let's... $69 YMM. Yeah, let's do this segment first. I feel like we probably have to. Although green pipe... Oh, it's a practice pipe. Okay, it's a practice segment. Yeah, the problem with that, Luca, is that to retain a 0.69 clear rate, I would need to play this 10,000 times to succeed 69 times out of 10,000. If I wanted to be absolutely accurate about it. Although 69 is divisible quite nicely into smaller subdivisions, so... maybe we can find a more effective and optimized ratio, and also because like the decimal points, you don't need to be absolutely exact, because like, as long as the decimal points beyond the second one round correctly, should be fine. So I need to move the skull platform off the spikes. Because then that allows me to get underneath and hit the POWs. Oh, and then you need to get back onto the skulls to hit that one, okay. So, quite a lot that we'll need to figure out in terms of order. And yeah, I see now that you do have the practice pipe set up. Beginning, we need to clean up that jump. Oh, Luca, that's a good point. You can just beat it again cleanly, as you very often do. I didn't see, in fact, if you had record on this. That's too soon. But we should go for that POW first, I think. Maybe. Well, we'll see. A couple of timing issues to work out here, and yeah, actually I like that, doing right and left. Seems to work a lot better. Dry Bones, however, is going to be uncooperative. Spending too much time on a few of these hits, but we'll hopefully be able to catch up. Nope, missed. Oh, Supernova, we actually just ejected you. I didn't realize you were still here, but I'm willing to put you back in the queue after. Oops. Within 5 minutes of being uploaded, someone was already whining about a length. I'm guessing it was someone who had not actually finished this. If they were approaching it with that little patience. Okay. Nope, I needed it to hit this first. Oh, wow, okay. I need the thwomp to be over the air then, so it's not grounded at that location. They weren't even playing the level. Interesting. Now, who would possibly complain about that? Okay. Thwomp over the air? No. Well, we need to do that twice. Like, the thwomp needs to be over the gap in all three instances. And that's quite a nice usage of the property that POW makes contact and destroys the thwomp if it is grounded. I mean, we've seen that in a couple of different puzzles, notably in Zerfink's 5YMM, if I recall, and to see it used in this kind of whoops, platforming context as a pacing tool is actually fairly unique. Okay. I was planning to go over that spike completely and change my mind. A 2-minute record, I see. You can play the whole level because of the pipe, you just won't beat it. Yeah, well, practice pipe with a clear condition, that makes sense. I whacked my face against a POW and didn't manage to sneak under it. That was maybe not the best move. Yeah, losing a bit of time here, but thankfully we can catch up a bit. Actually, we get those POWs in 2 hits. Oh, too late. Atlantis, by the way, thank you for working out that calculation. Clear it after 143 deaths. It would be amazing if we managed to hit that precisely. I feel like that piece of information, in fact, that you get a decent approximation with 1 over 144 is going to be very useful for Mang to know for future purposes. Come back, pow. There we go. Look, I'm a little behind pace here. Whoa, no. I'm way too slow for that. Now, this is cool. This bit is fun. But I'm clearly way too far behind the auto-scroll at that point, so... Yeah, I like the POW launcher bit. That's... very satisfying. Especially because the one facing left kind of, works to slow down your movement a bit and make you hug the screen. Oh, whoops, I just missed. Straight up miss. That was going so well, too. Okay. Yeah, let's just get all the time saves that we can, I say, as I miss that jump. By the way, the short and sweet tag has not escaped my notice. Whoops. I mean, it is a clear condition level, so by definition. Oops. Alright, try it again. Yeah, that jump causes me a fair bit of trouble. We'll try to stitch our way to it a little more fluidly. There we go. Not my best, but it'll do. Okay. Nope, missed. That's okay, we can practice, or not. You didn't lock your tags in your original account? Well, good thing everything you made was multiplayer versus. Oops. Okay. Now over here. And then whack that. Nope, too soon. That's okay, let's go ahead and practice. So we can see some of this, even if we're getting here faster than I realistically would. Nope. Wow. It's gonna be tricky. Especially if you do that 3 times in a row. And, yeah, I do need to detonate the POWs myself, activating all blocks. I can't just drop them out or anything. Okay. This is already way off for timing, so... Lucas saying nice skills, the operative word for this level being nice. Okay. Feels quite fluid once you get the hang of it. Nope. It's not missed jumps like that. That's gonna get me into a lot of trouble now. I wonder why it sometimes comes out that far out of position. Yeah, I basically need to sit directly underneath that POW as it drops. Manage my position over the snake block. Real headbanger of a level. Okay, let's head over. And, okay, I actually can sail directly over if I've got a lot of momentum. Okay, this is going to deliberately slow me down a bit, but we'll still get here with a decent time. Let's not miss. There we go. Then... Nope. Yeah, the upward POW hit on the 3-stack actually worked quite cleanly. It reminds me of a level I played recently, where I kept dying to overshooting a POW hit from below. It was somebody else's level from a week or two ago. I think it might have been one of Terminator's, actually. Yeah, where there was some particularly low POW hit in the SMP1 style that I kept busting right through. Unexpectedly. Whoops. Nope, that's a miss. But hey, that was a new record. I didn't really look at the number to see how far along we were, but it seemed like that went fairly well. I keep hesitating on whether I'll try to make that jump all the way in one go. I feel like that's not going to be particularly beneficial. Well, it's going to depend on the Rybone's position there. Anyway, no, we got stuck. Did not mean to bounce repeatedly on that guy. That serves me right for trying to get off that platform on the left.
Whoops. Okay. Yeah, the clever thing to do there is not to take a short bounce there, but to try to go as far forward as I can, I think. Like, get up here. Minimize the amount of running we need to do once all that spawns on screen. Okay. Nope. Yeah, I have too much forward momentum going into that switch activation. That's the issue. Let's just scout. Icicle, I should have noticed that. I need to get on top of the note block to do the drop. Let's scout ahead next time I manage to get that far, whether we are still on pace with the condition or not. Okay, up we go. No. Kind of jumping the gun. Oops. Stalled a little bit in that location. Let's just try to catch up. Land safely from there. Yeah, second bounce there tends to work fairly well. Oh, it's slow here. Yeah, so facing left before I hit that block is the adjustment I need to make. Nope, missed one. It definitely is a bit of an accuracy check, as everything is falling in. Okay. Doing alright on the auto-scroll for once. Too late. That's okay, let's scout and see. That won't give me a realistic picture of how much time pressure I have at this point. Face left. Hit. Okay, let's practice this. Yeah, you kind of need to let it get that initial bounce and then you just whack them all at once. And then... Okay, we'll have plenty of opportunities to catch all those at once, and... That's gonna be slow. No, it's not. Okay. Thought it was a little behind relative to the top, but we're fine. Nope. Yeah, I need to work my technique for that for sure. So we pretty much need to land directly onto Note Block, face left to get out of there and then hit the POW immediately. It's going to be fairly time sensitive by the time we get there. Okay. Nope. Surprisingly difficult POW in that first location. Whack this and this. Miss. Okay, we'll practice. No. We will not practice. That's okay, let's just get back on pace and we'll try to do the later bits. Nope. I can tell this segment is going to be trouble. Nope. Yeah, there's a way to make contact with that such that one jump clears the stack. And just need to do it consistently. Okay. This. Nope. I needed an additional hit there. That's okay. Need to practice this guy as much as we can. Nope. Yeah, it just needs to be a nice clean strike. Possibly even against a wall. That might be the way to do it. You do it quickly enough that you run up against a wall and you align with the fall as it comes down. And that may ensure that you actually strike the entire stack cleanly. Oops. Okay, here we are. It's the little slips like that that make all the difference. I don't even remember... Oh yeah, no, I know where the practice pipe takes me because it's past the green pipe, which we haven't seen yet. So we've got a long ways to go, in fact. Oh. Okay, let's do this. I'm falling behind here. Nope, too soon. Let me see once again how far this is. I can't really tell because it's past pipe. That's... Yeah, you kicked a shell... A couple of shell kicks here. So, I'm not there yet. We haven't seen the pipe. We are not yet past this part of the layout. Oop, too sloppy.
we'll at least try to get to the second section. And I'll see how I do. I'll almost certainly have to do the overflow stream again this week anyway, because we didn't finish Donkey Mints earlier. And so this would be a priority as well if we don't manage to clear it now. But, whoa, okay, no, that's fine. The sound effect alarmed me for a moment. Before I realized that's what it always does. Yeah. A wall is the way to do it, maybe. Nope, missed 2. That's okay, let's keep going to see. Okay, so the wall is right here. And so you just need to be quick about wrapping around there after doing all 4 hits. And everything is going to be aligned to the timing on the snake block as well, so... Yeah, I feel like we can actually get this section done before too long. Now that I've seen how close I was to finishing it earlier. Okay, just gotta watch our timing carefully here, and then spacing on the stack as we once again did come to a dead stop and miss. Okay, we'll practice this last segment once again. And yeah, we just need to hit right along the arrows. Seems to be the way to do it, and we need to not miss that either, of course. So yeah, I should be at about 40 pounds or so at the end of this segment. I don't know precisely, but we'll see in a moment. Okay. Nope. Oh, didn't realize that was still making contact. Okay. All that's going to go fairly cleanly. Moment of truth over here. Nope. Remarkably difficult to do that. You really do need to hit dead center. Nope. Come back. Okay. All of this we know already, just need to be extra careful, which I was not. Well, we have seen this segment at this point, so might actually be a better idea to start doing the practice pipe soon. Well, because otherwise I'll have to do this anyway, so... Still have to work it a lot with the spike... not a spike, the snake block timing. Loose snake block timing.
in the end of this segment, though. So we got lots of problems to solve. Okay. Wow. That was not the jump I wanted. Okay, we are. Starting to slip quite a bit, just missing simple jumps in either direction. Yeah, we need to pay attention to the little things to get even a decent attempt in that would match some of the ones we had earlier that got me all the way to the snake block, at least. Oh, way out of position. Yeah, I've got to buy tons of time at the start, so if that first POW column doesn't go well, better to just start over. Oh, this is going a lot better, though. Okay, that went well. A little tense about this part, but we managed to get it. Okay. Oh, no, too slow. Too many smaller bounces along the way, and the snake block was already too far gone. So that was one of the best attempts we had so far, though, in terms of being able to hit everything cleanly. Nope, missed. Electric Dude, you're getting old viewer level stream vibes here. Oh, just in terms of how late I'm running this. Much closer to last year's schedule. Or just because of the amount of wiping we're doing on Ang's latest creation. But yeah, I started much later than intended yesterday. It was actually because I knew I wanted to run a long stream today and have a nice big queue, but I knew I needed a little bit of additional rest before I could do that because I had like a really busy day yesterday. Yesterday, today, same thing. Anyway, so what actually happened was I was all set to get on stream closer to the time that I'd been doing in
2022. And I actually just ended up like taking a nap for 2 hours. Like I set everything up and was basically thinking, oh, I haven't come up with a stream title or anything yet. We basically have everything else ready to go, and then I decided to just like crash and take a nap before starting stream today. It has been at least partly helpful. Like, I would not have been able to run this long a queue if I had not done that. But of course, we've had a lot of uncleared levels today as well, including some that should have gone better than they actually did. Like documents earlier should not have been that difficult for me. But yeah, it's nice to occasionally know that I can stay on a little bit longer and... Nope. That was not clean. Okay, let's practice this. Or not. I have generally not been getting enough sleep this year. That's something I'll need to kind of course correct for afterwards. Like we, as you may have seen, we did a big puzzle by Tetraterix, or Four Wings, in Maker 1 earlier this week, and I kind of stalled out a bit on the first day with it because we were just much too tired at that point. But so there was one particular thing that was just missing and unable to see about the puzzle because you know, at past a certain point you get on autopilot, as we're kind of doing in this level, and you start dying to the easy stuff. And then, of course, the next day, after having been well rested, we just saw the solution immediately, and everything progressed really well from there. Yeah, Maker 1 continues to be full of surprises every time I go back to it. Like, I didn't know that you could cross a 2-tile gap into a pipe with the big boot in Maker 1, but that was an important thing to know about the solution yesterday. And there's tons of stuff that jumps at me every time I play Maker 1 is, wait a minute, that doesn't work like that. Okay, I'm a little behind pace in the auto-scroll, I think. But thankfully on pace the thing that matters, which is this guy here. Oh. Yeah, I do need to hit that dead center. I only really have the time to do 2 jumps, maybe 3. I can't do 4 jumps for 4 powers. Absolutely no way. That was by far the best attempt we've had, though. Build the power, yeah, that's highly necessary for beating this one. Really quite a great sense of flow to it, for sure.
But yeah, I've got to step back into the editor again because the number of concepts there that never got developed into real levels is getting a little out of control. I should actually finish stuff for people to play at some point. Whoa, no. That's okay, we missed one, but I did not expect this to be the attempt anyway. And yeah, that's going to be a very short jump over there, and we'll try to do it. So, man, we had one person in queue after this. I don't know if they're still here. If they are, I will probably pause with this level if I manage to make it into the pipe. Let me just see the list. But if they are not here, I will stay on this a little bit longer. So, Fabiotics, if you are still lurking, do let me know if you're still here. Because we can try to prioritize you since we're not past checkpoint on... well, there is no checkpoint on this anyway, so... In fact, if Fabiotics is here, we can just switch to you at any time, and we'll see how we're doing for time afterwards when it comes to trying to finish this one. Because obviously I haven't even learned the second segment yet. And okay. Oh, I actually needed to hit that, didn't I? Although, no, I need to send the next shell back towards it, I think, because... or I could stand there. Hang on, let's check that again. That's why there is a practice pipe. We should learn this stuff. No, you can't do that. Because I can't jump into that. Unless there was a panel there I didn't see. I don't think there was. Let's see it again. Yeah, no, one-way panel is one tile lower than I thought it should be. I have to catch that POW on the way down. And this one is fairly simple. Same idea here. Nope, not the same idea. There's a launcher off to the side. Sends you right through. Tons of variety to this. All over. Yeah, let's try it again. The hamster wheel. Suppose it is. And then we'll catch that. Come over here. Then you don't really need to pop out like that. I don't know if it's a time save to do that or to just run back. Maybe I'm misreading that. Let's see. Okay. Catch this? Nope, missed. It's okay, let's try to do... Oh no, one-way panel, okay. You are forced back. Let's see the one-way panel. Oh, I can't do that, I have to stomp this guy first. I have to stomp this guy, go up top, hit the POW, and then go back, maybe? I don't know. No, because the POW's gonna get loaded onto the cloud there, right? Let's see. Okay. works fairly well. Let's... Yeah, you have to take advantage of its bounce, and then you bounce top of the shell to get up to the POW. I feel like I need to change the order on that somehow, but... no, you need to drop the thwomp and then kill it. And there's a lot more after that. So yeah, we were definitely not going to finish this today, but... Let me at least learn a few of these pieces, even if we're not going to put them together. I think that's what we'll do. We'll do the rest of this as a learning run to just understand what interactions are ahead of us. We'll try to solve some of the sequences, and we'll save the actual clear for a different day. I think that's probably the best way to approach it. Yeah, the hopping here is actually quite an interesting idea, but we need a lot more time on it to hit that POW and then continue this way. Likewise, we would need to wrap around with a lot more time on the auto scroll. Yeah, we would need to see a lot more of this part, I think. Oh, nope. Some of the POWs are interdependent. Is there a particular reason, Supernova, that I'm the villager? Like the Animal Crossing Smash villager? Just murderous eyes. Whoops. I said, I feel like I'm not catching on to what you are referring to there. It may just because I'm playing this a little bit tired, but might just be missing something. As with that Smashing Pumpkins song that apparently everybody else knew earlier in the stream. Nope. Jump into that quite early. Then wrap around, hit this. But then isn't the Goomba already dead? Oh no, I see. And I can just jump into it directly like that. Oh, you mean a Minecraft villager? Okay, no, I wouldn't have known that because, as you know, I have not actually played Minecraft. Which, understandably, is a factoid that can surprise people given how many other builder games I have spent oodles and oodles of time on. Nope. I need to watch this guy's hopping timing here. Yeah, Electric Dude, I thought you knew that because we had talked about it before. You were telling me about Minecraft streamers or something. Yeah, there are a number of the best-selling games of all time that I have not played. GTA 5 being another one. I have not touched GTA since Vice City, I want to say. But... No, I'm kind of missed out on Minecraft. It came out during a bad time for me to be playing anything, and so... And I know people have just kind of steadily gotten into Minecraft over the past dozen years, so it's not like the launch time mattered. But as far as the engineering games go, I kind of skipped directly to Factorio. I don't do that well with 3D space anyhow, so. Whoops. But yeah, Minecraft is easily one of the biggest things that everybody else knows, which I have never really gotten around to. Very notable lacuna in the video game vocabulary. Oh, we missed one. We're supposed to be on 7 at this point. Yeah, so I always have to account for how fast that shell is going because I am kicking it. Let's just try to learn this, then we'll... see if we can put it all together someday. Okay. Good. Solid hit. Oh, come on. Very nice that hard block to give me the placement on that. Okay. I need to double tap that block because I need to get the spring to sit on top of the cloud. Yeah, that's the thing I'm missing, is that it has to be a double tap while the Goomba is up in the air. Yeah, we missed this, but that's okay. Well, that's not okay, in fact, because I do need to use that Koopa. Okay, we are. Very important to jump in synchronization with this guy. Yes. Over here, yeah, the block is the element that. Oh no, it's a one-way panel. I can't actually double tap it. So if I hit the POW, it gets rid of the Goomba, but then I have nothing to stand on. Now, first segment was, I think, 39 or 40 out of 69. I never had a perfect run through it, so I don't know exactly. So I'm also kind of counting POWs here to see how far along we are. Oops. No, let's skip that just to get back here. Now, why would I want to... No, I need to keep the Goomba alive, so I bump it up, I hit the POW, I jump on top of the cloud, I jump on top of the Goomba, and... it's simpler than I thought it was, actually. I just didn't have the order sorted out. Okay, go. Yeah, no. Thought I'd just skip that, but absolutely not.
That's also disastrous, but look at that, because it activated a block before thing was on. Kelvik, welcome. We are, as you can see, playing a level by a mysterious figure known as Mang Mang 69. And Kelvik, we also finished Return of Ichigo Mole yesterday. So that was kind of a nice throwback to Maker 1. All of the changes in the engine that I'd forgotten all about. Whoops. You feel bad for me? No, it was a great time. It went pretty smoothly, actually. I kind of had to do it in 2 sittings, like we did the Pink Birdo level that had the hieroglyph code. And then I kind of had to split Ichigo Mole into 2 parts, but it flowed quite naturally once we started to see the solutions. And yes, indeed, everyone is here. We haven't even had to install the extra DLC packs or anything. Okay. Finally doing this without the fast kick, because we bought enough time. Because the fast shell kick was completely throwing me off. Okay, here's how we're doing it. Bump. Ow. Jump. Up. There we go. Jump up. Superstar. No, we would need to bump this guy too. Never mind. Yeah. That's fairly close. Okay, 16 pows or so. We need about 30 pows in a second, I think. Oh. Supernova, you're asking about the fixed version of 4-2. Is that in your in-development super world, or is that a different 4-2 we don't know about yet? Whoops. And okay. Go. Yeah, just a lot of jumping all over. We'll do nice slow shell at a reasonable pace without the double kick. Okay, bump, ow, jump. Same idea over here. Bump, ow, bump, ow, and then, wait. Then what? Because I do need to kill it on the second go, actually, because if I kill it, then I'm able to go through the middle? No, I'm misreading that. Hang on. St. Letus, you're saying this level is titled 69YMM, as are a number of other ones, in fact. And that's because it stands for 69YM Mang, if you know it from previous levels. And so, 69 years of Mang Mangy. It's calibrated to some other measurement of years. Probably depending on the solar rotation of Mang's home planet. Okay. Now let's pop this. And yeah, we have hit it with a fast shell before, but it's not going to happen this time. Alright, let's try this again. Let's figure this out. Hit, pow, jump. This guy. Be hit. Pow. No, I see. It's the one-way panels pointing to the left. I always have so much trouble perceiving one-way panel boxes like that, but I killed the Goomba with the second POW, and then I jumped to the left and through the one-way panels that are pointing that way. It's actually fairly simple once I've taken a proper look at it. Oh, whoops, total miss. That's okay. We're not clearing it this run anyhow. But yeah, we'll see if I can at least understand the second half, and then we'll probably call it from there for now. Just, oh, no, that was... Okay, that's fine. We can still practice this. No, we can't, because I hit the brick. Send it forward. And up we go. Yeah, to the left. And miss. And it's okay. Shouldn't be missing every single one, though. That's going to be quite a bad habit we'll have to break later. Nope, wrong way. Yeah, you'd think it would be used to it by now, but it is kind of stark how out of place the one-way panel artwork feels in SMP1 in particular. I guess it makes it easier to see the way it stands out, but even back in Maker 1, that was something that definitely kind of threw me off a little bit. And like I said, I still have some trouble kind of visualizing one-way panels sometimes, at least. And you need to kind of read a big cluster of them accurately and quickly. Yeah, down here. I need a fast kick. Okay, this time I understand it. Okay. Nope. Wait, if that's the case though, why would I need to bump it? Because I need to bounce on top of it. I can't bounce on top of the springs because of the one-way panels, as with the segment that taught me that directly before it. Hang on. So yeah, I do need to keep the Goomba alive then. So you bump it, pow, and then get on top of it from the right side. Whoa, that was way off. Thinking of the wrong shell there.
Okay, there we go. Let's just try to clean this thing up until we manage to get it. But yeah, I would say Overflow stream will definitely happen this week. We'll prioritize this one and documents from earlier. So just stay tuned for when that will happen. And it'll just be back to a Maker 2 week after not really having done very many full Maker 2 weeks in some time on the stream. Hey, slow shell for once, that's nice. I feel like I missed one already, right? Okay. Okay, Goom split. No, I wanted that to the left, because then... Yeah, you've got a big POW stack over here. Let's watch this, and we'll just end here at this point. There's also an SD lock spike I see for this part, because the auto-scroll stops and lets me read what's going on. So, at the point that we reach this, the mole has not yet come down from up top. What would have happened had I accurately kicked the shell to the left is it would go over to spring. I would have needed to clear the POW out of the way so it doesn't hit the POW on its way over. So you hit the POW first, you send a shell to the left, shell comes here. You stomp on the shell, you send it back, it hits the POW. And the idea is that this is a time check that requires you to hit every POW before the mole lands on the bottom, because the mole needs to stay alive in order to send you up the vine. Let's try this maybe once. Let's try to get to this room, and then we'll probably adjourn for this session. In fact, if I'm doing this anyway, why don't I just do the full attempt? That line of thinking is how streams wind up running too long. Let's see if we can just... no, yeah, we messed this up. That's okay. Practice run. Oh yeah. Gonna be too slow. Yeah, it's okay. And then I reached the third section. Yeah, Luca, that's a fairly important part of that. I mean, and given how high the POW stack was, I assume that we are hitting the clear condition at that point, if we do string the whole level together. Whoops. Man, I'm at 6 hours and 9 minutes. It is a good time to stop. I'm actually slightly over, but the thing is, when I cut the sort of intro pre-stream segment of the video, it will actually work out. Maybe. I took a water break earlier as well, so there's an extra cut to make when I put the font together, but we'll see how close we can get. Okay. Hit every POW we can. We'll probably be a little too slow for this one, but that's okay. Yeah, get a couple of little time saves. Here, nope, too slow. If I split the Goomba, I wonder I'm still able to get beyond that, but Atlantis, you're saying there's 69 sections? Well, of course there are. There's one for each POW. And each one is unique in its own way. Even the ones that are in stacks of 20. Or however many. I shouldn't have gone through the one-way panel here if I wanted to. Make a stab. Yeah. We'll just try to go for the finish, just so I can see how it's going to work. But I think I've mapped out how it is supposed to look. Yeah, it's these lob shots in the first section that were filling quite a few runs by themselves. Slow shell is good news. My scroll position. Okay, let's clean this up a bit. Nope. Supernova, 83 hours. Maker 2, which account are you looking at? Because by the standards of pretty much all of you who are here, that seems incredibly low. You're looking at the runtime of my VODs. No, that's only this year. Playlist would only be for 2022, I think. Okay, let's try maybe one more stab at this, and then I think we're already well past the window of having a 6-hour, 9-minute VOD, so... But yeah, Supernova, that's what happens when I keep everything. Also, those of you who have been around a while know that we have occasionally had this music copyright issue with the Super Mario World Castle music. So Twitch finally started responding to some of my decision appeals for that, where I asked them to unmute my audio. I think they're finally taking care of it for videos from like maybe a year and a half to 2 years ago. And they finally addressed a few of those requests at once, but they're not completely caught up yet. So there is, in fact, some entity at Twitch that is able to correct that stuff and unmute your audio accordingly. They just don't happen to do that for a very long time. Supernova, the late and long streams are not going to be back as a very permanent fixture. I should be able to do it next week as well, but these are less and less frequent for a reason. I enjoy doing it, I just don't always have the opportunity to do so. Personally, I prefer this time myself. It's just that outside commitments have been getting in the way. But yeah, we should be able to run a long one next week as well, but I'll have to see. Whoop. Yeah, let's skip this. Get a huge bounce off that shell. Okay. I wonder if I should actually kind of wrap around for momentum purposes. Like, instead of stalling, I just go forward and back and forth. And whether that would actually be a time save on that segment. Hey, there we go. We should figure out some of this for the purpose of alignment. No, this is not going to work at all, I don't think. So, yeah, Kavik, they are not kidding about the clear rate. When I went into this level, and there's evidence of this on the VOD, when I started this level, the clear rate was actually exactly 0.69%. I have since ruined it. Because I believe Atlantis calculated earlier that I would need to get the clear on my 144th attempt to maintain the 0.69 clear rate. I think I'm actually potentially doing worse than that. But I'm not sure, because a lot of these failed runs have actually been fairly lengthy. And of course, if I'm eventually good at this level, we might just have to do multiple clears to balance things out. Whoa, too slow. Yeah, now it's going to be quite low. In fact, we can just take a look. I think we may be calling it at around this point anyway. We can see how we do. 0.65, so we lowered it by 0.04, and we'll need to scramble to pull that thing back up. Let's do one more run sort of from the top. Let's see how we do in the first segment. So we can just kind of, you know, make a decent attempt as our way to close today. If I even remember how some of this early stuff works. We'll see how well we can do. Still got it. Partly. Okay. Yeah, that Zerfink How on the floor interaction still paying off for everyone. Whoops, that's a miss. That's okay, let's see if we can do this ending here. Just gonna do a dry run to see if we can at least make it to the second segment. And that is a no. That's alright. We will call it for today. And yeah, we ruined the clear rate, but we can always pull it back up. I mean, it's going to eventually move back up anyway, because I'm sure that Luca, for one, is scrambling to take out this world record right now. And I'm sure you'll pull that back up in no time. So yeah, like I said, we will definitely try to do a bit of an unfinished business stream later this week. And yeah, Kavik, you're quite welcome to raise this as well. We'll definitely do Mang's level and documents, and we'll see how much overflow we can kind of accommodate after that. But both of these are fairly long zits, so I'm sure that will be a pretty big streaming experience in its own right. I'm just going to do one final check for the one person we had, Fabiotics, who submitted several hours ago, and I think was still lurking, but didn't check in earlier. Because we can take a look if it's something short, but I expect that at this point we will... Oh, you are here, great. Thank you for waiting hours and hours. I will not spend long on this because I do plan to wrap up soon. And yeah, if I knew you were still actually here, I would have brought you in much earlier, Fabiotics, when we were talking about it. But if you have a particular recommendation, we will take a look at it quickly. Hopefully nothing too lengthy today. But anything will do. We'll make sure you're well rewarded for your patience here before I completely drop out. And yeah, it's a good idea to get some sleep in and out. So if you have something relatively quick we can look at, we'll start the super world. Okay, 4 courses. Let's see how it looks. You need to die 25 more times and clear to level 3 more times to fix the clear rate. Yeah. It's okay. I mean, enough of us will play it that we'll... Look at the number of lives. Look at the number of lives in this. You know, as a... So which one is the first level, by the way? Is that... Well, we can do it in whichever order. I'm glad we managed to stay to see this in action. We're going to ruin the number of lives, too. I hope you all realize that. Ray of the Ninja. Okay. Sure. And this is just a checkpoint reloader. Because ninjas are very serious about reloading their checkpoints. And we'll hit this bomb, and I guess all the ninja shuriken on the side are just there to threaten us. Yeah, there was a one-way panel with the entry pipe, so no point in trying to go back through the entrance or something. And, oh, I see, because the portraits also tell you what is in each room. Unofficial 69 Ruiner? I mean, yeah. I know it's not very nice. But, okay, let's see. Yeah, this is a wall jump twirl all the way up. We don't actually need to collect all the coins, it's just I still have clear condition brain turned on, I suppose. Wait, we need to... Yeah, this is going to be a series of wall slides. Let's do this then. Whoops. Hang on. There we go. Fairly relaxed, in fact. It occurs to me we should probably use the checkpoint reloader from time to time, so we don't get shot in the face by the red bullet portrait that is coming right up. Also, it occurs to me... Oh yeah, one of my panels are on the other sides of these as well, so that's all controlled. Always worth checking that, so... Okay, we will need to ride that guy over. Let's, let the bullet come out. It will, yeah. We actually don't need to ride that over. Let's take this down this way. Why is this going down? Okay, yeah. And that allows me to do a little bit of repositioning. And we'll even get a 1-up out of the deal. Okay. Save. Because... being extra cautious. And then... yeah, I guess you have to be extra careful once you do get the key not to die on the main selection screen, because there is the possibility of key death if you do grab the 4th coin from there. And so yeah, Fabiotics, I don't know how familiar you are with key death as something that you need to check for with pink coin levels broken across checkpoints. Shouldn't be too much of an issue since you're right by the exit, but since it is kind of possible to die on the main selection screen, it's the kind of thing that is somewhat likely to happen. So, let's head back to that room and see how it goes. Of course, this time I'm looking for opportunities to smuggle keys out as well. We do eventually need to take the key in this room back here, and so we'll look for that. So yeah, this segment here is going to be interesting. That it seems like I need to get below and then jump up on another block below the upward pointing arrow, and then that's going to send me up to where I need to go. Last pipe spits you out of the flag. Yeah, that's true. That's assuming people are doing this in order, of course, but... we shall see. Okay. I think I need to kind of fall into the right side here and just twirl. Oh, okay, there's a floor underneath me, yeah. Always good to know when you actually have a floor below you. I mean, obviously from a camera position I couldn't quite see that, but... we'll grab this. And there we go.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Okay, we can probably look at a second one. We just started this. I will be unlikely to do all of it, obviously, but the difficulty tuning of that one was relaxed enough that maybe we can push through a little bit more. So, disc room. Can I glance at a mini castle? Oh, you wanted me to do a different one. Hang on. The fortress over here. Yeah, let's do that one instead then. And look at that. We actually haven't ruined the life count after all. You will notice. Okay. Interesting that you have pretty much the same kinds of notation here, which indicates to me that maybe this is N+. Okay, so it's a hard mode version, perhaps. We'll see, because I don't actually see any difference in this section so far. Possibly there is something, but... it looks like it's actually the same layout with a different introductory section, in fact. So is there something specific that you wanted me to look for? Because it looks like it's like literally the same thing. At least in that room. But maybe there are some surprises we don't know about yet. This has got to be the same thing, right? Oh, timer. Okay, yeah. I hadn't even looked at the 60-second timer. Okay, yeah, no, that's the reason it's different. Is there a checkpoint section then? Okay, yeah, no. That's considerably more challenging, in fact. 60 seconds for all 4 of these segments. I find that suspicious. I don't trust that at all. No way, right? Let's take a look. I don't think so, because even the P-switch expiry... by itself, you're dealing with a lot more. Yeah, you'd need like 15 seconds a segment, and I just don't think we would be on pace to do that. So something is suspicious. Something is very suspicious. Well, all those pipes are accounted for. It's the same layout. With no checkpoint segment, though, there's no way that you actually do it all, though. I would say there's no way. Unless that actually is the solution. If that is the solution, I probably will not look at this one for now. Because I won't be grinding it out. But yeah, I'm just looking at this. Maybe some of these are doable quickly. Like this one's probably doable quickly.
Oh no!
Yeah, this one you can actually do in a handful of seconds, so maybe it's not too bad. Let me take a look at each of these once then, just to see what the speed route would be like. Yeah, because you can definitely fall into some of these locations directly, perhaps, and
Oh no!
whatever the route is in the first room, I feel like I'm definitely missing it. But we'll look for something. Yeah, I guess... if you manage to go up this side... no, it's not going to be through that. Well, let's see. It certainly can't be going through here. I feel like we do need to climb up the side, right? We'll take a look at this one as well. Because this is the other one where I would be concerned about how long we taking. Yeah, it's that room and the first room. I don't quite see how to make them work. These two, it's fairly easy to get them done quickly, or at least fairly easy to see a route. This one, I actually think that it's going to be through here. And even so, you can see we're actually burning a fair bit of time.
Oh no!
Yeah, because you'd kind of need to twirl in the middle like that, so... yeah. We'll actually not have time to push through it today, unfortunately. There's quite a lot that will need to be figured out to make that work. Yeah, this one we can do, the
Oh no!
second room we can do. And you need to string them all together, so... 45-second record, which is actually a pretty considerable time savings on the 60-second limit. And then, yeah, no. Maybe it's through triple jump or something. Because if you do it through triple jump, you'll be able to get enough height to get a much more effective takeoff. Or triple jump, like, from the lower level, followed by wall jump. Yeah, because... it looks like it almost makes it, doesn't it? So, yeah. Yeah, on time, we'll probably put this away for next time since we're kind of way over the intended time on it anyway. But thank you for sticking around for so long, Phabiotics, to see this. And I'm glad we managed to cram in at least a little bit of it at the end.
Oh no!
And like I said, at some point this week we'll do the unfinished business makeup stream and get through as many as we can of today's dangling uncleared levels, which are many. So yeah, we can probably continue to work through that another time. Oh, there are several stages here. Oh, that makes sense actually, that you would have these as a set of 4, even though it seemed like there was a bit of a branching path. So yeah, okay, this time is collect all coins with a clear condition. This time is the clock. This time there is a POW. Okay. Yeah, it'll be interesting to eventually see some of these variants. Interesting way of just kind of building around the original layout as the tutorial. N+++ is hardest. Lantis, what gave you that idea? Whatever gave you that idea? Anyway, we've been on for way too long, but thank you for joining me today. We'll send you on to somebody else very shortly, and yeah, Lantis, I see you've been enjoying that one already, and we'll eventually see what that POW is all about, so yeah, stay tuned for probably just Maker 2 later this week, just pivoting back to it from all of the other alternatives and distractions that we've had recently. And I thank you once again for a great stream when it comes to the levels that we were receiving and the conversation we had along the way. So, until next time, thanks for watching. We'll see you around soon enough, and in the meantime, we will send you on to somewhere completely different. Where exactly, we'll find out in just a moment. And until next time, have a great weekend and fare thee well.